Letter 73 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On Philosophers and Kings. It seems to me erroneous to believe that those who have loyally dedicated themselves to philosophy are stubborn and rebellious, scorners of magistrates or kings, or of those who control the administration of public affairs. For, on the contrary, no class of man is so popular with the philosopher as the ruler is, and rightly so, because rulers bestow upon no men a greater privilege than upon those who are allowed to enjoy peace and leisure. Hence, those who are greatly profited, as regards their purpose of right living, by the security of the state, must needs cherish as a father the author of this good. Much more so, at any rate, than those restless persons who are always in the public eye, who owe much to the ruler, but also expect much from him, and are never so generously loaded with favors that their cravings, which grow by being supplied, are thoroughly satisfied. And yet, he whose thoughts are of benefits to come has forgotten the benefits received. And there is no greater evil in covetousness than its ingratitude. Besides, no man in public life thinks of the many whom he has outstripped. He thinks rather of those by whom he is outstripped. And these men find it less pleasing to see many behind them than annoying to see anyone ahead of them. That is the trouble with every sort of ambition. It does not look back. Nor is it ambition alone that is fickle, but also every sort of craving, because it always begins where it ought to end. But that other man, upright and pure, who has left the Senate and the bar and all affairs of state, that he may retire to nobler affairs, cherishes those who have made it possible for him to do this in security. He is the only person who returns spontaneous thanks to them, the only person who owes them a great debt without their knowledge. Just as a man honors and reveres his teachers, by whose aid he has found release from his early wanderings, so the sage honors these men also, under whose guardianship he can put his good theories into practice. But you answer, other men, too, are protected by a king's personal power. Perfectly true. But just as, out of a number of persons who have profited by the same stretch of calm weather, a man deems that his debt to Neptune is greater if his cargo during that voyage has been more extensive and valuable, and just as the vow is paid with more of a will by the merchant than by the passenger, and just as from among the merchants themselves heartier thanks are uttered by the dealer in spices, purple, fabrics, and objects worth their weight in gold, than by him who has gathered cheap merchandise that will be nothing but ballast for his ship, similarly, the benefits of this peace, which extends to all, are more deeply appreciated by those who make good use of it. For there are many of our toga-clad citizens to whom peace brings more trouble than war. Or do those, think you, owe as much as we do for the peace they enjoy who spend it in drunkenness, or in lust, or in other vices which were worth even a war to interrupt? No, not unless you think that the wise man is so unfair as to believe that as an individual he owes nothing in return for the advantages which he enjoys with all the rest. I owe a great debt to the sun and to the moon, and yet they do not rise for me alone. I am personally beholden to the seasons and to the God who controls them, although in no respect have they been apportioned for my benefit. The foolish greed of mortals makes a distinction between possession and ownership, and believes that it has ownership in nothing in which the general public has a share. But our philosopher considers nothing more truly his own than that which he shares in partnership with all mankind. For these things would not be common property, as indeed they are, unless every individual had his quota. Even a joint interest, based upon the slightest share, makes one a partner. Again, the great and true goods are not divided in such a manner that each has but a slight interest. They belong in their entirety to each individual. At a distribution of grain, men receive only the amount that has been promised each person. The banquet and the meat dole, or all else that a man can carry away with him, are divided into parts. These goods, however, are indivisible. I mean peace and liberty. And they belong in their entirety to all men just as much as they belong to each individual. Therefore, the philosopher thinks of the person who makes it possible for him to use and enjoy these things, of the person who exempts him when the state's dire need summons to arms, to sentry duty, to the defense of the walls, and to the manifold exactions of war, and he gives thanks to the helmsman of his state. This is what philosophy teaches most of all, honorably to avow the debt of benefits received, and honorably to pay them. Sometimes, however, the acknowledgment itself constitutes payment. Our philosopher will therefore acknowledge that he owes a large debt to the ruler who makes it possible, by his management and foresight, for him to enjoy rich leisure, control of his own time, and a tranquillity uninterrupted by public employments. Shepherd, a god this leisure gave to me, for he shall be my god eternally. And if even such leisure as that of our poets owes a great debt to its author, though its greatest boon is this: as thou canst see, he let me turn my cattle out to feed, and play what fancy pleased on rustic reed. How highly are we to value this leisure of the philosopher, which is spent among the gods, and makes us gods? Yes, that is what I mean, Lucilius, and I invite you to heaven by a shortcut. Sextius used to say that Jupiter had no more power than the good man. Of course, Jupiter has more gifts which he can offer to mankind. But when you are choosing between two good men, the richer is not necessarily the better, any more than, in the case of two pilots of equal skill in managing the tiller, you would call him the better whose ship is larger and more imposing. In what respect is Jupiter superior to our good man? His goodness lasts longer, but the wise man does not set a lower value upon himself just because his virtues are limited by a briefer span. Or, take two wise men. He who has died at a greater age is not happier than he whose virtue has been limited to fewer years. Similarly, a god has no advantage over a wise man in point of happiness, even though he has such an advantage in point of years. The virtue is not greater which lasts longer. Jupiter possesses all things, but he has surely given over the possession of them to others. The only use of them which belongs to him is this: he is the cause of their use to all men. The wise man surveys and scorns all the possessions of others as calmly as does Jupiter, and regards himself with the greater esteem because, while Jupiter cannot make use of them, he, the wise man, does not wish to do so. Let us therefore believe Sextius when he shows us the path of perfect beauty, and cries, "This is the way to the stars. This is the way, by observing thrift, self-restraint, and courage." The gods are not disdainful or envious. They open the door to you. They lend a hand as you climb. Do you marvel that man goes to the gods? God comes to men. Nay, he comes nearer. He comes into men. No mind that has not God is good. Divine seeds are scattered throughout our mortal bodies. If a good husbandman receives them, they spring up in the likeness of their source, and of a parity with those from which they came. If, however, the husbandman be bad, like a barren or marshy soil, he kills the seeds, and causes tares to grow up instead of wheat. Farewell. End of Letter 73, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 74 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On Virtue as a Refuge from Worldly Distractions. Your letter has given me pleasure, and has roused me from sluggishness. It has also prompted my memory, which has been for some time slack and nerveless. You are right, of course, my dear Lucilius, in deeming the chief means of attaining the happy life to consist in the belief that the only good lies in that which is honorable. For anyone who deems other things to be good puts himself in the power of fortune, and goes under the control of another. But he who has in every case defined the good by the honorable is happy with an inward happiness. One man is saddened when his children die, another is anxious when they become ill, a third is embittered when they do something disgraceful or suffer a taint in their reputation. One man, you will observe, is tortured by passion for his neighbor's wife, another by passion for his own. You will find men who are completely upset by failure to win an election, and others who are actually plagued by the offices which they have won. But the largest throng of unhappy men among the host of mortals are those whom the expectation of death, which threatens them on every hand, drives to despair. For there is no quarter from which death may not approach. Hence, like soldiers scouting in the enemy's country, they must look about in all directions, and turn their heads at every sound. Unless the breast be rid of this fear, one lives with a palpitating heart. You will readily recall those who have been driven into exile and dispossessed of their property. You will also recall, and this is the most serious kind of destitution, those who are poor in the midst of their riches. You will recall men who have suffered shipwreck, or those whose sufferings resemble shipwreck, for they were untroubled and at ease, when the anger or perhaps the envy of the populace, a missile most deadly to those in high places, dismantled them like a storm which is wont to rise when one is most confident of continued calm, or like a sudden stroke of lightning, which even causes the region round about it to tremble. For just as anyone who stands near the bolt is stunned and resembles one who is struck, so in these sudden and violent mishaps, although but one person is overwhelmed by the disaster, the rest are overwhelmed by fear, and the possibility that they may suffer makes them as downcast as the actual sufferer. Every man is troubled in spirit by evils that come suddenly upon his neighbor. Like birds, who cower even at the whir of an empty sling, we are distracted by mere sounds as well as by blows. No man, therefore, can be happy if he yields himself up to such foolish fancies. For nothing brings happiness unless it also brings calm. It is a bad sort of existence that is spent in apprehension. Whoever has largely surrendered himself to the power of fortune has made for himself a huge web of disquietude, from which he cannot get free. If one would win a way to safety, there is but one road: to despise externals and to be contented with that which is honorable. For those who regard anything as better than virtue, or believe that there is any good except virtue, are spreading their arms to gather in that which fortune tosses abroad, and are anxiously awaiting her favors. Picture now to yourself that fortune is holding a festival, and is showering down honors, riches, and influence upon this mob of mortals. Some of these gifts have already been torn to pieces in the hands of those who try to snatch them. Others have been divided up by treacherous partnerships, and still others have been seized to the great detriment of those into whose possession they have come. Certain of these favors have fallen to men while they were absent-minded. Others have been lost to their seekers because they were snatching too eagerly for them, and just because they are greedily seized upon, have been knocked from their hands. There is not a man among them all, however, even he who has been lucky in the booty which has fallen to him, whose joy in this spoil has lasted until the morrow. The most sensible man, therefore, as soon as he sees the dole being brought in, runs from the theatre, for he knows that one pays a high price for small favors. No one will grapple with him on the way out, or strike him as he departs. The quarreling takes place where the prizes are. Similarly, with the gifts which fortune tosses down to us, wretches that we are, we become excited, we are torn asunder, we wish that we had many hands, we look back now in this direction, and now in that. All too slowly, as it seems, are the gifts thrown in our direction. They merely excite our cravings, since they can reach but few, and are awaited by all. We are keen to intercept them as they fall down. We rejoice if we had laid hold of anything, and some have been mocked by the idle hope of laying hold. We have either paid a high price for worthless plunder with some disadvantage to ourselves, or else have been defrauded and are left in the lurch. Let us therefore withdraw from a game like this, and give way to the greedy rabble. Let them gaze after such goods, which hang suspended above them, and be themselves more in suspense. Whoever makes up his mind to be happy should conclude that the good consists only in that which is honorable. For if he regards anything else as good, he is in the first place passing an unfavorable judgment upon Providence, because of the fact that upright men often suffer misfortunes, and that the time which is allotted to us is but short and scanty, if you compare it with the eternity which is allotted to the universe. It is a result of complaints like these that we are unappreciative in our comments upon the gifts of heaven. We complain because they are not always granted to us, because they are few and unsure and fleeting. Hence we have not the will either to live or to die. We are possessed by hatred of life, by fear of death. Our plans are all at sea, and no amount of prosperity can satisfy us. And the reason for all this is that we have not yet attained to that good which is immeasurable and unsurpassable, in which all wishing on our part must cease, because there is no place beyond the highest. Do you ask why virtue needs nothing? Because it is pleased with what it has, and does not lust after that which it has not. Whatever is enough is abundant in the eyes of virtue. Dissent from this judgment, and duty and loyalty will not abide. For one who desires to exhibit these two qualities must endure much that the world calls evil. We must sacrifice many things to which we are addicted, thinking them to be goods. Gone is courage, which should be continually testing itself. Gone is greatness of soul, which cannot stand out clearly unless it has learned to scorn as trivial everything that the crowd covets as supremely important. And gone is kindness, and the repaying of kindness, if we fear toil, if we have acknowledged anything to be more precious than loyalty, if our eyes are fixed upon anything except the best. But, to pass these questions by, either these so-called goods are not goods, or else man is more fortunate than God, because God has no enjoyment of the things which are given to us. For lust pertains not to God, nor do elegant banquets, nor wealth, nor any of the things that allure mankind and lead him on through the influence of degrading pleasure. Therefore it is either not incredible that there are goods which God does not possess, or else the very fact that God does not possess them is in itself a proof that these things are not goods. Besides, many things which are wont to be regarded as goods are granted to animals in fuller measure than to men. Animals eat their food with better appetite, are not in the same degree weakened by sexual indulgence, and have a greater and more uniform constancy in their strength. Consequently, they are much more fortunate than man, for there is no wickedness, no injury to themselves in their way of living. They enjoy their pleasures, and they take them more often and more easily, without any of the fear that results from shame or regret. This being so, you should consider whether one has a right to call anything good in which God is outdone by man. Let us limit the supreme good to the soul. It loses its meaning if it is taken from the best part of us and applied to the worst. That is, if it is transferred to the senses, for the senses are more active in dumb beasts. The sum total of our happiness must not be placed in the flesh. The true goods are those which reason bestows, substantial and eternal. They cannot fall away, neither can they grow less or be diminished. Other things are goods according to opinion, and though they are called by the same name as the true goods, the essence of goodness is not in them. Let us therefore call them advantages, and to use our technical term, preferred things. Let us, however, recognize that they are our chattels, not parts of ourselves, and let us have them in our possession, but take heed to remember that they are outside ourselves. Even though they are in our possession, they are to be reckoned as things subordinate and poor, the possession of which gives no man a right to plume himself. For what is more foolish than being self-complacent about something which one has not accomplished by one's own efforts? Let everything of this nature be added to us, and not stick fast to us, so that, if it is withdrawn, it may come away without tearing off any part of us. Let us use these things, but not boast of them, and let us use them sparingly, as if they were given for safe keeping and will be withdrawn. Anyone who does not employ reason in his possession of them never keeps them long, for prosperity of itself, if uncontrolled by reason, overwhelms itself. If anyone has put his trust in goods that are most fleeting, he is soon bereft of them, and to avoid being bereft he suffers distress. Few men have been permitted to lay aside prosperity gently. The rest all fall, together with the things amid which they have come into eminence, and they are weighted down by the very things which had before exalted them. For this reason, foresight must be brought into play, to insist upon a limit or upon frugality in the use of these things, since license overthrows and destroys its own abundance. That which has no limit has never endured, unless reason, which sets limits, has held it in check. The fate of many cities will prove the truth of this. Their sway has ceased at the very prime because they were given to luxury, and excess has ruined all that had been won by virtue. We should fortify ourselves against such calamities, but no wall can be erected against fortune which she cannot take down by storm. Let us strengthen our inner defenses. If the inner part be safe, man can be attacked, but never captured. Do you wish to know what this weapon of defense is? It is the ability to refrain from chafing over whatever happens to one, of knowing that the very agencies which seem to bring harm are working for the preservation of the world, and are a part of the scheme for bringing to fulfillment the order of the universe and its functions. Let man be pleased with whatever has pleased God. Let him marvel at himself and his own resources for this very reason, that he cannot be overcome, that he has the very powers of evil subject to his control, and that he brings into subjection chance and pain and wrong by means of that strongest of powers, reason. Love reason. The love of reason will arm you against the greatest hardships. Wild beasts dash against the hunter's spear through love of their young, and it is their wildness and their unpremeditated onrush that keep them from being tamed. Often, a desire for glory has stirred the mind of youth to despise both sword and stake. The mere vision and semblance of virtue impel certain men to a self-imposed death. In proportion as reason is stouter and steadier than any of these emotions, so much the more forcefully will she make her way through the midst of utter terrors and dangers. Men say to us, "You are mistaken if you maintain that nothing is a good except that which is honorable. A defense like this will not make you safe from fortune and free from her assaults. For you maintain that dutiful children and a well-governed country and good parents are to be reckoned as goods, but you cannot see these dear objects in danger and be yourself at ease. Your calm will be disturbed by a siege conducted against your country, by the death of your children, or by the enslaving of your parents. I will first state what we Stoics usually reply to these objectors, and then will add what additional answer should, in my opinion, be given. The situation is entirely different in the case of goods whose loss entails some hardship substituted in their place. For example, when good health is impaired, there is no change to ill health. When the eye is put out, we are visited with blindness. We not only lose our speed when our leg muscles are cut, but infirmity takes the place of speed. But no such danger is involved in the case of the goods to which we referred a moment ago. And why? If I have lost a good friend, I have no false friend whom I must endure in his place. Nor, if I have buried a dutiful son, must I face in exchange unfilial conduct. In the second place, this does not mean to me the taking off of a friend or of a child. It is the mere taking off of their bodies. But a good can be lost in only one way, by changing into what is bad. And this is impossible according to the law of nature, because every virtue and every work of virtue abides uncorrupted. Again, even if friends have perished, or children of approved goodness who fulfill their father's prayers for them, there is something that can fill their place. Do you ask what this is? It is that which had made them good in the first place, namely, virtue. Virtue suffers no space in us to be unoccupied. It takes possession of the whole soul and removes all sense of loss. It alone is sufficient, for the strength and beginnings of all goods exist in virtue herself. What does it matter if running water is cut off and flows away, as long as the fountain from which it has flowed is unharmed? You will not maintain that a man's life is more just if his children are unharmed than if they have passed away. Nor yet better appointed, nor more intelligent, nor more honorable, therefore no better either. The addition of friends does not make one wiser, nor does their taking away make one more foolish. Therefore, not happier or more wretched either. As long as your virtue is unharmed, you will not feel the loss of anything that has been withdrawn from you. You may say, "Come now, is not a man happier when girt about with a large company of friends and children?" Why should this be so? For the supreme good is neither impaired nor increased thereby. It abides within its own limits, no matter how fortune has conducted herself. Whether a long old age falls to one's lot, or whether the end comes on this side of old age, the measure of the supreme good is unvaried in spite of the difference in years. Whether you draw a larger or smaller circle, its size affects its area, not its shape. One circle may remain as it is for a long time, while you may contract the other forthwith, or even merge it completely with the sand in which it was drawn. Yet each circle has had the same shape. That which is straight is not judged by its size, or by its number, or by its duration. It can no more be made longer than it can be made shorter. Scale down the honorable life as much as you like from the full 100 years, and reduce it to a single day, it is equally honorable. Sometimes virtue is widespread, governing kingdoms, cities, and provinces, creating laws, developing friendships, and regulating the duties that hold good between relatives and children. At other times it is limited by the narrow bounds of poverty, exile, or bereavement. But it is no smaller when it is reduced from prouder heights to a private station, from a royal palace to a humble dwelling, or when from a general and broad jurisdiction it is gathered into the narrow limits of a private house or a tiny corner. virtue is just as great, even when it has retreated within itself and is shut in on all sides. For its spirit is no less great and upright, its sagacity no less complete, its justice no less inflexible. It is therefore equally happy, for happiness has its abode in one place only, namely, in the mind itself, and is noble, steadfast, and calm, and this state cannot be attained without a knowledge of things divine and human. The other answer which I promised to make to your objection follows from this reasoning. The wise man is not distressed by the loss of children or of friends, for he endures their death in the same spirit in which he awaits his own, and he fears the one as little as he grieves for the other. For the underlying principle of virtue is conformity. All the works of virtue are in harmony and agreement with virtue itself. But this harmony is lost if the soul, which ought to be uplifted, is cast down by grief or a sense of loss. It is ever a dishonor for a man to be troubled and fretted, to be numbed when there is any call for activity. For that which is honorable is free from care and untrammeled, is unafraid, and stands girt for action. What, you ask, will the wise man experience no emotion like disturbance of spirit? Will not his features change color, his countenance be agitated, and his limbs grow cold? And there are other things which we do, not under the influence of will, but unconsciously and as the result of a sort of natural impulse. I admit that this is true, but the sage will retain the firm belief that none of these things is evil, or important enough to make a healthy mind break down. Whatever shall remain to be done, virtue can do with courage and readiness. For anyone would admit that it is a mark of folly to do in a slothful and rebellious spirit whatever one has to do, or to direct the body in one direction and the mind in another, and thus to be torn between utterly conflicting emotions. For folly is despised precisely because of the things for which she vaunts and admires herself, and she does not do gladly even those things in which she prides herself. But if folly fears some evil, she is burdened by it in the very moment of awaiting it, just as if it had actually come, already suffering in apprehension whatever she fears she may suffer. Just as in the body symptoms of latent ill health precede the disease, there is, for example, a certain weak sluggishness, a lassitude which is not the result of any work, a trembling and a shivering that pervades the limbs. So the feeble spirit is shaken by its ills a long time before it is overcome by them. It anticipates them, and totters before its time. But what is greater madness than to be tortured by the future, and not to save your strength for the actual suffering, but to invite and bring on wretchedness? If you cannot be rid of it, you ought at least to postpone it. Will you not understand that no man should be tormented by the future? The man who has been told that he will have to endure torture 50 years from now is not disturbed thereby, unless he has leaped over the intervening years and has projected himself into the trouble that is destined to arrive at a generation later. In the same way, souls that enjoy being sick, and that seize upon excuses for sorrow, are saddened by events long past and effaced from the records. Past and future are both absent. We feel neither of them, but there can be no pain except as the result of what you feel. Farewell. End of letter 74, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 75 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On the diseases of the soul. You have been complaining that my letters to you are rather carelessly written. Now, who talks carefully, unless he also desires to talk affectedly? I prefer that my letters should be just what my conversation would be if you and I were sitting in one another's company, or taking walks together. Spontaneous and easy, for my letters have nothing strained or artificial about them. If it were possible, I should prefer to show rather than speak my feelings. Even if I were arguing a point, I should not stamp my foot, or toss my arms about, or raise my voice. But I should leave that sort of thing to the orator, and should be content to have conveyed my feelings to you without having either embellished them or lowered their dignity. I should like to convince you entirely of this one fact, that I feel whatever I say, that I not only feel it, but am wedded to it. It is one sort of kiss which a man gives his mistress, and another which he gives his children. Yet in the father's embrace also, holy and restrained as it is, plenty of affection is disclosed. I prefer, however, that our conversation on matters so important should not be meagre and dry, for even philosophy does not renounce the company of cleverness. One should not, however, bestow very much attention upon mere words. Let this be the kernel of my idea. Let us say what we feel, and feel what we say. Let speech harmonize with life. That man has fulfilled his promise, who is the same person both when you see him and when you hear him. We shall not fail to see what sort of man he is, and how large a man he is, if only he is one and the same. Our words should aim not to please, but to help. If, however, you can attain eloquence without painstaking, and if you either are naturally gifted or can gain eloquence at slight cost, make the most of it and apply it to the noblest uses. But let it be of such a kind that it displays facts rather than itself. It and the other arts are wholly concerned with cleverness, but our business here is the soul. A sick man does not call in a physician who is eloquent, but if it so happens that the physician who can cure him likewise discourses elegantly about the treatment which is to be followed, the patient will take it in good part. For all that, he will not find any reason to congratulate himself on having discovered a physician who is eloquent. For the case is no different from that of a skilled pilot who is also handsome. Why do you tickle my ears? Why do you entertain me? There is other business at hand. I am to be cauterized, operated upon, or put on a diet. That is why you were summoned to treat me. You are required to cure a disease that is chronic and serious, one which affects the general weal. You have as serious a business on hand as a physician has during a plague. Are you concerned about words? Rejoice this instant if you can cope with things. When shall you learn all there is to learn? When shall you so plant in your mind that which you have learned that it cannot escape? When shall you put it all into practice? For it is not sufficient merely to commit these things to memory, like other matters. They must be practically tested. He is not happy who only knows them, but he who does them. You reply, what? Are there no degrees of happiness below your happy man? Is there a sheer descent immediately below wisdom? I think not. For though he who makes progress is still numbered with the fools, yet he is separated from them by a long interval. Among the very persons who are making progress there are also great spaces intervening. They fall into 3 classes, as certain philosophers believe. First, come those who have not yet attained wisdom but have already gained a place nearby. Yet, even that which is not far away is still outside. These, if you ask me, are men who have already laid aside all passions and vices, who have learned what things are to be embraced, but their assurance is not yet tested. They have not yet put their good into practice, yet from now on they cannot slip back into the faults which they have escaped. They have already arrived at a point from which there is no slipping back, but they are not yet aware of the fact. As I remember writing in another letter, They are ignorant of their knowledge. It has now been vouchsafed to them to enjoy their good, but not yet to be sure of it. Some define this class of which I have been speaking, a class of men who are making progress, as having escaped the diseases of the mind, but not yet the passions, and is still standing upon slippery ground, because no one is beyond the dangers of evil, except him who has cleared himself of it wholly. But no one has so cleared himself except the man who has adopted wisdom in its stead. I have often before explained the difference between the diseases of the mind and its passions, and I shall remind you once more. The diseases are hardened and chronic vices, such as greed and ambition. They have enfolded the mind in too close a grip, and have begun to be permanent evils thereof. To give a brief definition, by disease, we mean a persistent perversion of the judgment, so that things which are mildly desirable are thought to be highly desirable. Or, if you prefer, we may define it thus: to be too zealous in striving for things which are only mildly desirable or not desirable at all, or to value highly things which ought to be valued but slightly, or valued not at all. Passions are objectionable impulses of the spirit, sudden and vehement. They have come so often, and so little attention has been paid to them, that they have caused a state of disease, just as a catarrh. When there has been but a single attack, and the catarrh has not yet become habitual, produces a cough, but causes consumption when it has become regular and chronic. Therefore, we may say that those who have made most progress are beyond the reach of the diseases, but they still feel the passions even when very near perfection. The second class is composed of those who have laid aside both the greatest ills of the mind and its passions, but yet are not in assured possession of immunity, for they can still slip back into their former state. The third class are beyond the reach of many of the vices, and particularly of the great vices, but not beyond the reach of all. They have escaped avarice, for example, but still feel anger. They no longer are troubled by lust, but are still troubled by ambition. They no longer have desire, but they still have fear. And just because they fear, although they are strong enough to withstand certain things, there are certain things to which they yield. They scorn death, but are in terror of pain. Let us reflect a moment on this topic. It will be well with us if we are admitted to this class. The second stage is gained by great good fortune with regard to our natural gifts, and by great and unceasing application to study. But not even the third type is to be despised. Think of the host of evils which you see about you. Behold how there is no crime that is not exemplified, how far wickedness advances every day, and how prevalent are sins in home and commonwealth. You will see, therefore, that we are making a considerable gain if we are not numbered among the basest. But as for me, you say, I hope that it is in me to rise to a higher rank than that. I should pray, rather than promise, that we may attain this. We have been forestalled. We hasten toward virtue while hampered by vices. I am ashamed to say it, but we worship that which is honorable only insofar as we have time to spare. But what a rich reward awaits us, if only we break off the affairs which forestall us, and the evils that cling to us with utter tenacity. Then neither desire nor fear shall rout us. Undisturbed by fears, unspoiled by pleasures, we shall be afraid neither of death nor of the gods. We shall know that death is no evil, and that the gods are not powers of evil. That which harms has no greater power than that which receives harm, and things which are utterly good have no power at all to harm. There await us, if ever we escape from these low dregs to that sublime and lofty height, peace of mind, and, when all error has been driven out, perfect liberty. You ask what this freedom is. It means not fearing either men or gods. It means not craving wickedness or excess. It means possessing supreme power over oneself, and it is a priceless good to be master of oneself. Farewell. End of Letter 75. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 76 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On Learning Wisdom in Old Age. You have been threatening me with your enmity, if I do not keep you informed about all my daily actions. But see, now, upon what frank terms you and I live, for I shall confide even the following fact to your ears. I have been hearing the lectures of a philosopher. 4 days have already passed since I have been attending his school and listening to the harangue, which begins at 2 o'clock. A fine time of life for that, you say. Yes, fine indeed. Now, what is more foolish than refusing to learn, simply because one has not been learning for a long time? What do you mean? Must I follow the fashion set by the fops and youngsters? But I am pretty well off, if this is the only thing that discredits my declining years. Men of all ages are admitted to this classroom. You retort, do we grow old merely in order to tag after the youngsters? But if I, an old man, go to the theatre and am carried to the races, and allow no duel in the arena to be fought to a finish without my presence, shall I blush to attend a philosopher's lecture? You should keep learning as long as you are ignorant, even to the end of your life, if there is anything in the proverb. And the proverb suits the present case as well as any. As long as you live, keep learning how to live. For all that, there is also something which I can teach in that school. You ask, do you, what I can teach? That even an old man should keep learning. But I am ashamed of mankind as often as I enter the lecture hall. On my way to the house of Metronax, I am compelled to go, as you know, right past the Neapolitan Theatre. The building is jammed. Men are deciding with tremendous zeal who is entitled to be called a good flute player. Even the Greek piper and the herald draw their crowds. But in the other place, where the question discussed is, what is a good man? And the lesson which we learn is how to be a good man. Very few are in attendance, and the majority think that even these few are engaged in no good business. They have the name of being empty-headed idlers. I hope I may be blessed with that kind of mockery, for one should listen in an unruffled spirit to the railings of the ignorant. When one is marching toward the goal of honor, one should scorn itself. Proceed then, Lucilius, and hasten lest you yourself be compelled to learn in your old age, as is the case with me. Nay, you must hasten all the more, because for a long time you have not approached the subject, which is one that you can scarcely learn thoroughly when you are old. How much progress shall I make? You ask. Just as much as you try to make. Why do you wait? Wisdom comes haphazard to no man. Money will come of its own accord. Titles will be given to you. Influence and authority will perhaps be thrust upon you. But virtue will not fall upon you by chance. Neither is knowledge thereof to be won by light effort or small toil. But toiling is worth while when one is about to win all goods at a single stroke. For there is but a single good, namely that which is honorable. In all those other things of which the general opinion approves, you will find no truth or certainty. Why it is, however, that there is but one good, namely, that which is honorable, I shall now tell you, inasmuch as you judge that in my earlier letter I did not carry the discussion far enough, and think that this theory was commended to you rather than proved. I shall also compress the remarks of other authors into narrow compass. Everything is estimated by the standard of its own good. The vine is valued for its productiveness and the flavor of its wine. the stag for his speed. We ask, with regard to beasts of burden, how sturdy of back they are, for their only use is to bear burdens. If a dog is to find the trail of a wild beast, keenness of scent is of first importance. If to catch his quarry, swiftness of foot. If to attack and harry it, courage. In each thing that quality should be best for which the thing is brought into being, and by which it is judged. And what quality is best in man? It is reason. By virtue of reason he surpasses the animals, and is surpassed only by the gods. Perfect reason is therefore the good peculiar to man. All other qualities he shares in some degree with animals and plants. Man is strong, so is the lion. Man is comely, so is the peacock. Man is swift, so is the horse. I do not say that man is surpassed in all these qualities. I am not seeking to find that which is greatest in him, but that which is peculiarly his own. Man has body, so also have trees. Man has the power to act and to move at will, so have beasts and worms. Man has a voice, but how much louder is the voice of the dog, how much shriller that of the eagle, how much deeper that of the bull, how much sweeter and more melodious that of the nightingale. What then is peculiar to man? Reason. When this is right, and has reached perfection, man's felicity is complete. Hence, if everything is praiseworthy and has arrived at the end intended by its nature, when it has brought its peculiar good to perfection, and if man's peculiar good is reason, then if a man has brought his reason to perfection, he is praiseworthy, and has reached the end suited to his nature. This perfect reason is called virtue, and is likewise that which is honorable. Hence that in man is alone a good which alone belongs to man. For we are not now seeking to discover what is a good, but what good is man's. And if there is no other attribute which belongs peculiarly to man except reason, then reason will be his one peculiar good, but a good that is worth all the rest put together. If any man is bad, he will, I suppose, be regarded with disapproval. If good, I suppose he will be regarded with approval. Therefore, that attribute of man whereby he is approved or disapproved is his chief and only good. You do not doubt whether this is a good. You merely doubt whether it is the sole good. If a man possess all other things, such as health, riches, pedigree, a crowded reception hall, but is confessedly bad, you will disapprove of him. Likewise, if a man possesses none of the things which I have mentioned, and lacks money or an escort of clients, or rank in a line of grandfathers and great-grandfathers, but is confessedly good, you will approve of him. Hence, this is man's one peculiar good, and the possessor of it is to be praised even if he lacks other things. But he who does not possess it, though he possess everything else in abundance, is condemned and rejected. The same thing holds good regarding men as regarding things. A ship is said to be good, not when it is decorated with costly colors, nor when its prow is covered with silver or gold, or its figurehead embossed in ivory, nor when it is laden with the imperial revenues or with the wealth of kings, but when it is steady and staunch and taut, with seams that keep out the water, stout enough to endure the buffeting of the waves, obedient to its helm, swift and caring naught for the winds. You will speak of a sword as good, not when its sword belt is of gold, or its scabbard studded with gems, but when its edge is fine for cutting, and its point will pierce any armor. Take the carpenter's rule. We do not ask how beautiful it is, but how straight it is. Each thing is praised in regard to that attribute which is taken as its standard, in regard to that which is its peculiar quality. Therefore, in the case of man also, it is not pertinent to the question to know how many acres he plows, how much money he has out at interest, how many callers attend his receptions, how costly is the couch on which he lies, how transparent are the cups from which he drinks, but how good he is. He is good, however, if his reason is well ordered and right and adapted to that which his nature has willed. It is this that is called virtue. This is what we mean by honorable. It is man's unique good. For since reason alone brings man to perfection, reason alone, when perfected, makes man happy. This, moreover, is man's only good, the only means by which he is made happy. We do indeed say that those things also are goods which are furthered and brought together by virtue. That is, all the works of virtue, but virtue itself is for this reason the only good, because there is no good without virtue. If every good is in the soul, then whatever strengthens, uplifts, and enlarges the soul is a good. Virtue, however, does make the soul stronger, loftier, and larger. For all other things which arouse our desires depress the soul and weaken it, and when we think that they are uplifting the soul, they are merely puffing it up and cheating it with much emptiness. Therefore, that alone is good which will make the soul better. All the actions of life, taken as a whole, are controlled by the consideration of what is honorable or base. It is with reference to these two things that our reason is governed in doing or not doing a particular thing. I shall explain what I mean. A good man will do what he thinks it will be honorable for him to do, even if it involves toil. He will do it even if it involves harm to him. He will do it even if it involves peril. Again, he will not do that which will be base, even if it brings him money, or pleasure, or power. Nothing will deter him from that which is honorable, and nothing will tempt him into baseness. Therefore, if he is determined invariably to follow that which is honorable, invariably to avoid baseness, and in every act of his life to have regard for these two things, deemed nothing else good except that which is honorable, and nothing else bad except that which is base, if virtue alone is unperverted in him, and by itself keeps its even course, then virtue is that man's only good, and nothing can thenceforth happen to it which may make it anything else than good. It has escaped all risk of change. Folly may creep upwards toward wisdom, but wisdom never slips back into folly. You may perhaps remember my saying that the things which have been generally desired and feared have been trampled down by many a man in moments of sudden passion. There have been found men who would place their hands in the flames, men whose smiles could not be stopped by the torturer, men who would shed not a tear at the funeral of their children, men who would meet death unflinchingly. It is love, for example, anger, lust, which have challenged dangers. If a momentary stubbornness can accomplish all this when roused by some goad that pricks the spirit, how much more can be accomplished by virtue, which does not act impulsively or suddenly, but uniformly and with a strength that is lasting. It follows that the things which are often scorned by the men who are moved with a sudden passion, and are always scorned by the wise, are neither goods nor evils. Virtue itself is therefore the only good. She marches proudly between the two extremes of fortune, with great scorn for both. If, however, you accept the view that there is anything good besides that which is honorable, all the virtues will suffer, for it will never be possible for any virtue to be won and held. If there is anything outside itself which virtue must take into consideration, if there is any such thing, then it is at variance with reason, from which the virtues spring, and with truth also, which cannot exist without reason. Any opinion, however, which is at variance with truth, is wrong. A good man, you will admit, must have the highest sense of duty toward the gods. Hence he will endure with an unruffled spirit whatever happens to him. For he will know that it has happened as a result of the divine law, by which the whole creation moves. This being so, there will be for him one good, and only one, namely that which is honorable. For one of its dictates is that we shall obey the gods and not blaze forth in anger at sudden misfortunes or deplore our lot, but rather patiently accept fate and obey its commands. If anything except the honorable is good, We shall be hounded by greed for life, and by greed for the things which provide life with its furnishings, an intolerable state, subject to no limits, unstable. The only good, therefore, is that which is honorable, that which is subject to bounds. I have declared that man's life would be more blessed than that of the gods if those things which the gods do not enjoy are goods, such as money and offices of dignity. There is this further consideration. If only it is true that our souls, when released from the body, still abide, a happier condition is in store for them than is theirs while they dwell in the body. And yet, if those things are goods which we make use of for our body's sake, our souls will be worse off when set free, and that is contrary to our belief, to say that the soul is happier when it is cabined and confined than when it is free and has betaken itself to the universe. I also said that if those things which dumb animals possess equally with man are goods, then dumb animals also will lead a happy life, which is of course impossible. One must endure all things in defense of that which is honorable, but this would not be necessary if there existed any other good besides that which is honorable. Although this question was discussed by me pretty extensively in a previous letter, I have discussed it summarily and briefly run through the argument. But an opinion of this kind will never seem true to you unless you exalt your mind and ask yourself whether, at the call of duty, you would be willing to die for your country, and buy the safety of all your fellow citizens at the price of your own. Whether you would offer your neck, not only with patience, but also with gladness. If you would do this, there is no other good in your eyes, for you are giving up everything in order to acquire this good. Consider how great is the power of that which is honorable. You will die for your country, even at a moment's notice when you know that you ought to do so. Sometimes, as a result of noble conduct, one wins great joy even in a very short and fleeting space of time. And though none of the fruits of a deed that has been done will accrue to the doer after he is dead, and removed from the sphere of human affairs, yet the mere contemplation of a deed that is to be done is a delight, and the brave and upright man, picturing to himself the guerdons of his death, guerdons such as the freedom of his country, and the deliverance of all those for whom he is paying out his life, partakes to the greatest pleasure, and enjoys the fruit of his own peril. But that man also who is deprived of this joy, the joy which is afforded by the contemplation of some last noble effort, will leap to his death without a moment's hesitation, content to act rightfully and dutifully. Moreover, you may confront him with many discouragements. You may say, "Your deed will speedily be forgotten," or "Your fellow citizens will offer you scant thanks." He will answer, "All these matters lie outside my task. My thoughts are on the deed itself. I know that this is honorable. Therefore, whithersoever I am led and summoned by honor, I will go." This, therefore, is the only good, and not only is every soul that has reached perfection aware of it, but also every soul that is by nature noble and of right instincts. All other goods are trivial and mutable. For this reason we are harassed if we possess them. Even though, by the kindness of fortune, they have been heaped together, they weigh heavily upon their owners, always pressing them down, and sometimes crushing them. None of those whom you behold clad in purple is happy, any more than one of these actors upon whom the play bestows a sceptre and a cloak while on stage. They strut their hour before a crowded house, with swelling port and buskined foot. But when once they make their exit, the footgear is removed, and they return to their proper stature. None of those who have been raised to a loftier height by riches and honors is really great. Why then does he seem great to you? It is because you are measuring the pedestal along with the man. A dwarf is not tall, though he stand upon a mountain top. A colossal statue will still be tall, though you place it in a well. This is the error under which we labor. This is the reason why we are imposed upon. We value no man at what he is, but add to the man himself the trappings in which he is clothed. But when you wish to inquire into a man's true worth, and to know what manner of man he is, look at him when he is naked. Make him lay aside his inherited estate, his titles, and the other deceptions of fortune. Let him even strip off his body. Consider his soul, its quality and its stature, and thus learn whether its greatness is borrowed or its own. If a man can behold with unflinching eyes the flash of a sword, if he knows that it makes no difference to him whether his soul takes flight through his mouth or through a wound in his throat, you may call him happy. You may also call him happy if, when he is threatened with bodily torture, whether it be the result of accident or of the might of the stronger, he can without concern hear talk of chains, or of exile, or of all the idle fears that stir men's minds, and can say, "O maiden, no new sudden form of toil springs up before my eyes. Within my soul I have forestalled and surveyed everything." Today it is you who threaten me with these terrors, but I have always threatened myself with them, and have prepared myself as a man to meet man's destiny. If an evil has been pondered beforehand, the blow is gentle when it comes. To the fool, however, and to him who trusts in fortune, each event as it arrives comes in a new and sudden form, and a large part of evil, to the inexperienced, consists in its novelty. This is proved by the fact that men endure with greater courage, when they have once become accustomed to them, the things which they had at first regarded as hardships. Hence, the wise man accustoms himself to coming trouble, lightening by long reflection the evils which others lighten by long endurance. We sometimes hear the inexperienced say, "I knew that was in store for me." But the wise man knows that all things are in store for him. Whatever happens, he says, "I knew it." Farewell. End of Letter 76. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 77 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On taking one's own life. Suddenly there came into our view today the Alexandrian ships. I mean those which are usually sent ahead to announce the coming of the fleet. They are called mail boats. The Campanians are glad to see them. All the rabble of Puteoli stand on the docks and can recognize the Alexandrian boats, no matter how great the crowd of vessels, by the very trim of their sails. For they alone may keep spread their topsails, which all ships use when out to sea, because nothing sends a ship along so well as its upper canvas. That is where most of the speed is obtained. So when the breeze has stiffened and become stronger than is comfortable, they set their yards lower, for the wind has less force near the surface of the water. Accordingly, when they have made Capreae and the headland whence tall Pallas watches on the stormy peak, all other vessels are bidden to be content with the mainsail, and the topsail stands out conspicuously on the Alexandrian mail boats. While everybody was bustling about and hurrying to the waterfront, I felt great pleasure in my laziness, because although I was soon to receive letters from my friends, I was in no hurry to know how my affairs were progressing abroad, or what news the letters were bringing. For some time now I have had no losses nor gains either. Even if I were not an old man, I could not have helped feeling pleasure at this. But as it is, my pleasure was far greater. For however small my possessions might be, I should still have left over more travelling money than journey to travel, especially since this journey upon which we have set out is one which need not be followed to the end. An expedition will be incomplete if one stops halfway, or anywhere on this side of one's destination, but life is not incomplete if it is honourable. At whatever point you leave off living, provided you leave off nobly, your life is a whole. Often, however, one must leave off bravely, and our reasons therefore need not be momentous, for neither are the reasons momentous which hold us here. Tullius Marcellinus, a man whom you knew very well, who in youth was a quiet soul and became old prematurely, fell ill of a disease which was by no means hopeless, but it was protracted and troublesome, and it demanded much attention. Hence he began to think about dying. He called many of his friends together. Each one of them gave Marcellinus advice, the timid friend urging him to do what he had made up his mind to do, the flattering and wheedling friend giving counsel which he supposed would be more pleasing to Marcellinus when he came to think the matter over. But our Stoic friend, a rare man, and to praise him in language which he deserves, a man of courage and vigor, admonished him best of all, as it seems to me. For he began as follows: "Do not torment yourself, my dear Marcellinus, as if the question which you are weighing were a matter of importance. It is not an important matter to live. All your slaves live, and so do all animals. But it is important to die honorably, sensibly, bravely. Reflect how long you have been doing the same thing. Food, sleep, lust, this is one's daily round. The desire to die may be felt, not only by the sensible man or the brave or unhappy man, but even by the man who is merely surfeited." Marcellinus did not need someone to urge him, but rather someone to help him. His slaves refused to do his bidding. The Stoic therefore removed their fears, showing them that there was no risk involved for the household, except when it was uncertain whether the master's death was self-sought or not. Besides, it was as bad a practice to kill one's master as it was to prevent him forcibly from killing himself. Then he suggested to Marcellinus himself that it would be a kindly act to distribute gifts to those who had attended him throughout his whole life, when that life was finished. Just as when a banquet is finished, the remaining portion is divided among the attendants who stand about the table. Marcellinus was of a compliant and generous disposition, even when it was a question of his own property, so he distributed little sums among his sorrowing slaves, and comforted them besides. No need had he of sword or of bloodshed. For 3 days he fasted and had a tent put up in his very bedroom. Then a tub was brought in. He lay in it for a long time, and as the hot water was continually poured over him, he gradually passed away, not without a feeling of pleasure, as he himself remarked, such a feeling as a slow dissolution is wont to give. Those of us who have ever fainted know from experience what this feeling is. This little anecdote into which I have digressed will not be displeasing to you, for you will see that your friend departed neither with difficulty nor with suffering. Though he committed suicide, yet he withdrew most gently, gliding out of life. The anecdote may also be of some use, for often a crisis demands just such examples. There are times when we ought to die and are unwilling. Sometimes we die and are unwilling. No one is so ignorant as not to know that we must at some time die. Nevertheless, when one draws near death, one turns to flight, trembles, and laments. Would you not think him an utter fool, who wept because he was not alive 1,000 years ago? And he is not just as much a fool who weeps because he will not be alive 1,000 years from now. It is all the same. You will not be, and you were not. Neither of these periods of time belongs to you. You have been cast upon this point of time. If you would make it longer, how much longer shall you make it? Why weep? Why pray? You are taking pains to no purpose. Give over thinking that your prayers can bend divine decrees from their predestined end. These decrees are unalterable and fixed. They are governed by a mighty and everlasting compulsion. Your goal will be the goal of all things. What is there strange in this to you? You were born to be subject to this law. This fate befell your father, your mother, your ancestors, all who came before you, and it will befall all who shall come after you. A sequence which cannot be broken or altered by any power binds all things together and draws all things in its course. Think of the multitudes of men, doomed to death, who will come after you, of the multitudes who will go with you. You would die more bravely, I suppose, in the company of many thousands, and yet there are many thousands, both of men and of animals, who at this very moment, while you are irresolute about death, are breathing their last, in their several ways. But you, did you believe that you would not some day reach the goal towards which you have always been traveling? No journey but has its end. You think, I suppose, that it is now in order for me to cite some examples of great men. No, I shall cite rather the case of a boy. The story of the Spartan lad has been preserved. Taken captive, while still a stripling, he kept crying in his Doric dialect, "I will not be a slave!" And he made good his word, for the very first time he was ordered to perform a menial and degrading service, and the command was to fetch a chamber pot, he dashed out his brains against the wall. So near at hand is freedom, and is anyone still a slave? Would you not rather have your own son die thus, than reach old age by weakly yielding? Why, therefore, are you distressed when even a boy can die so bravely? Suppose that you refuse to follow him. You will be led. Take into your own control that which is now under the control of another. Will you not borrow that boy's courage and say, "I am no slave"? Unhappy fellow, you are a slave to men. You are a slave to your business. You are a slave to life. For life, if courage to die be lacking, is slavery. Have you anything worth waiting for? Your very pleasures, which cause you to tarry and hold you back, have already been exhausted by you. None of them is a novelty to you, and there is none that has not already become hateful, because you are cloyed with it. You know the taste of wine and cordials. It makes no difference whether 100 or 1,000 measures pass through your bladder. You are nothing but a wine strainer. You are a connoisseur in the flavor of the oyster and of the mullet. Your luxury has not left you anything untasted for the years that are to come. And yet these are the things from which you are torn away unwillingly. What else is there which you would regret to have taken from you? Friends? But who can be a friend to you? Country? What? Do you think enough of your country to be late to dinner? The light of the sun. You would extinguish it if you could. For what have you ever done that was fit to be seen in the light? Confess the truth. It is not because you long for the Senate chamber or the Forum, or even for the world of nature, that you would fain put off dying. It is because you are loth to leave the fish market, though you have exhausted its stores. You are afraid of death, but how can you scorn it in the midst of a mushroom supper? You wish to live? Well, do you know how to live? You are afraid to die. But come now, is this life of yours anything but death? Gaius Caesar was passing along the Via Latina, when a man stepped out from the ranks of the prisoners, his grey beard hanging down even to his breast, and begged to be put to death. "What?" said Caesar. "Are you alive now?" That is the answer which should be given to men to whom death would come as a relief. You are afraid to die? What? Are you alive now? "But," says one, "I wish to live, for I am engaged in many honorable pursuits. I am loth to leave life's duties, which I am fulfilling with loyalty and zeal." Surely you are aware that dying is also one of life's duties? You are deserting no duty, for there is no definite number established which you are bound to complete. There is no life that is not short. Compared with the world of nature, even Nestor's life was a short one, or Satius, the woman who bade carve on her tombstone that she had lived 99 years. Some persons, you see, boast of their long lives, but who could have endured the old lady if she had had the luck to complete her 100th year? It is with life as it is with a play. It matters not how long the action is spun, but how good the acting is. It makes no difference at what point you stop. Stop whenever you choose. Only see to it that the closing period is well turned. Farewell. End of letter 77. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 78 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On the healing power of the mind. That you are frequently troubled by the snuffing of catarrh, and by short attacks of fever which follow after long and chronic catarrhal seizures, I am sorry to hear. Particularly because I have experienced this sort of illness myself, and scorned it in its early stages. When I was still young, I could put up with hardships and show a bold front to illness. But I finally succumbed, and arrived at such a state that I could do nothing but snuffle, reduced as I was to the extremity of thinness. I often entertained the impulse of ending my life then and there, but the thought of my kind old father kept me back. For I reflected, not how bravely I had the power to die, but how little power he had to bear bravely the loss of me, and so I commanded myself to live. For sometimes it is an act of bravery even to live. Now, I shall tell you what consoled me during those days, stating at the outset that these very aids to my peace of mind were as efficacious as medicine. Honorable consolation results in a cure, and whatever has uplifted the soul helps the body also. My studies were my salvation. I place it to the credit of philosophy that I recovered and regained my strength. I owe my life to philosophy, and that is the least of my obligations. My friends, too, helped me greatly toward good health. I used to be comforted by their cheering words, by the hours they spent at my bedside, and by their conversation. Nothing, my excellent Lucilius, refreshes and aids a sick man so much as the affection of his friends. Nothing so steals away the expectation and the fear of death. In fact, I could not believe that, if they survived me, I should be dying at all. Yes, I repeat, it seemed to me that I should continue to live, not without them, but through them. I imagined myself not to be yielding up my soul, but to be making it over to them. All these things gave me the inclination to succor myself, and to endure my torture. Besides, it is a most miserable state to have lost one's zest for dying, and to have no zest in living. These, then, are the remedies to which you should have recourse. The physician will prescribe your walks and your exercise. He will warn you not to become addicted to idleness, as is the tendency of the inactive invalid. He will order you to read in a louder voice, and to exercise your lungs, the passages and cavity of which are affected, or to sail and shake up your bowels by a little mild motion. He will recommend the proper food, and the suitable time for aiding your strength with wine, or refraining from it in order to keep your cough from being irritated and hacking. But as for me, my counsel to you is this, and it is a cure, not merely of this disease of yours, but of your whole life. Despise death. There is no sorrow in the world when we have escaped from the fear of death. There are these three serious elements in every disease: fear of death, bodily pain, and interruption of pleasures. Concerning death, enough has been said, and I shall add only a word. This fear is not a fear of disease, but a fear of nature. Disease has often postponed death, and a vision of dying has been many a man's salvation. You will die not because you are ill, but because you are alive. Even when you have been cured, the same end awaits you. When you have recovered, it will not be death, but ill health you have escaped. Let us now return to the consideration of the characteristic disadvantage of disease. It is accompanied by great suffering. The suffering, however, is rendered endurable by interruptions, for the strain of extreme pain must come to an end. No man can suffer both severely and for a long time. Nature, who loves us most tenderly, has so constituted us as to make pain either endurable or short. The severest pains have their seat in the most slender parts of our body. Nerves, joints, and any other of the narrow passages hurt most cruelly when they have developed trouble within their contracted spaces. But these parts soon become numb, and by reason of the pain itself lose the sensation of the pain. Whether because the life force, when checked in its natural course and changed for the worse, loses the peculiar power through which it thrives and through which it warns us, or because the diseased humours of the body, when they cease to have a place into which they may flow, are thrown back upon themselves, and deprive of sensation the parts where they have caused congestion. So gout, both in the feet and in the hands, and all pain in the vertebrae and in the nerves, have their intervals of rest at the times when they have dulled the parts which they before had tortured. The first twinges, in all such cases, owe what caused the distress, and their onset is checked by lapse of time, so that there is an end of pain when numbness has set in. Pain in the teeth, eyes, and ears is most acute for the very reason that it begins among the narrow spaces of the body, no less acute indeed than in the head itself. But if it is more violent than usual, it turns to delirium and stupor. This is accordingly a consolation for excessive pain, that you cannot help ceasing to feel it if you feel it to excess. The reason, however, why the inexperienced are impatient when their bodies suffer is that they have not accustomed themselves to be contented in spirit. They have been closely associated with the body. Therefore a high-minded and sensible man divorces soul from body, and dwells much with the better or divine part, and only as far as he must with his complaining and frail portion. "But it is a hardship," men say, "to do without our customary pleasures, to fast, to feel thirst and hunger." These are indeed serious when one first abstains from them. Later, the desire dies down, because the appetites themselves which lead to desire are wearied and forsake us. Then the stomach becomes petulant, then the food which we craved before becomes hateful. Our very wants die away, but there is no bitterness in doing without that which you have ceased to desire. Moreover, every pain sometimes stops, or at any rate slackens. Moreover, one may take precautions against its return, and when it threatens may check it by means of remedies. Every variety of pain has its premonitory symptoms. This is true, at any rate, of pain that is habitual and recurrent. One can endure the suffering which disease entails, if one has come to regard its results with scorn. But do not of your own accord make your troubles heavier to bear, and burden yourself with complaining. Pain is slight, if opinion has added nothing to it. But if, on the other hand, you begin to encourage yourself, and say, "It is nothing, a trifling matter at most, keep a stout heart, and it will soon cease," then in thinking it slight, you will make it slight. Everything depends on opinion. Ambition, luxury, greed, hark back to opinion. It is according to opinion that we suffer. A man is as wretched as he is convinced himself that he is. I hold that we should do away with complaint about past sufferings, and with all language like this. "No one has ever been worse off than I. What sufferings, what evils have I endured! No one has thought that I shall recover. How often have my family bewailed me, and the physicians given me over! Men who are placed on the rack are not torn asunder with such agony." However, even if all this is true, it is over and gone. What benefit is there in reviewing past sufferings, and in being unhappy just because once you were unhappy? Besides, everyone adds much to his own ills and tells lies to himself. And that which was bitter to bear is pleasant to have borne. It is natural to rejoice at the ending of one's ills. Two elements must therefore be rooted out once for all: the fear of future suffering, and the recollection of past suffering, since the latter no longer concerns me, and the former concerns me not yet. But when set in the very midst of troubles, one should say, "Perchance some day the memory of this sorrow will even bring delight." Let such a man fight against them with all his might. If once he gives way, he will be vanquished, but if he strives against his sufferings, he will conquer. As it is, however, what most men do is to drag down upon their own heads a falling ruin which they ought to try to support. If you begin to withdraw your support from that which thrusts towards you and totters, and is ready to plunge, it will follow you and lean more heavily upon you. But if you hold your ground, and make up your mind to push against it, it will be forced back. What blows do athletes receive on their faces and all over their bodies? Nevertheless, through their desire for fame they endure every torture, and they undergo these things not only because they are fighting, but in order to be able to fight. Their very training means torture. So let us also win the way to victory in all our struggles. For the reward is not a garland or a palm or a trumpeter who calls for silence at the proclamation of our names, but rather virtue, steadfastness of soul, and a peace that is won for all time if fortune has once been utterly vanquished in any combat. You say, I feel severe pain. What then? Are you relieved from feeling it if you endure it like a woman? Just as an enemy is more dangerous to a retreating army, so every trouble that fortune brings attacks us all the harder if we yield and turn our backs. But the trouble is serious. What? Is it for this purpose that we are strong? That we may have light burdens to bear? Would you have your illness long drawn out, or would you have it quick and short? If it is long, it means a respite, allows you a period for resting yourself, bestows upon you the boon of time and plenty. As it arises, so it must also subside. A short and rapid illness will do one of two things. It will quench, or be quenched. And what difference does it make whether it is not, or I am not? In either case, there is an end of pain. This, too, will help, to turn the mind aside to thoughts of other things, and thus to depart from pain. Call to mind what honorable or brave deeds you have done. Consider the good side of your own life. Run over in your memory those things which you have particularly admired. Then, think of all the brave men who have conquered pain, of him who continued to read his book as he allowed the cutting out of varicose veins, of him who did not cease to smile, though that very smile so enraged his torturers that they tried upon him every instrument of their cruelty. If pain can be conquered by a smile, will it not be conquered by reason? You may tell me now of whatever you like, of colds, hard coughing spells that bring up parts of our entrails, fever that parches our very vitals, thirst, limbs so twisted that the joints protrude in different directions. Yet, worse than these are the stake, the rack, the red-hot plates, the instrument that reopens wounds while the wounds themselves are still swollen, and that drives their imprint still deeper. Nevertheless, there have been men who have not uttered a moan amid these tortures. More yet, says the torturer, but the victim has not begged for release. More yet, he says again, but no answer has come. More yet! The victim has smiled, and heartily too. Can you not bring yourself, after an example like this, to make a mock at pain? But, you object, my illness does not allow me to be doing anything. It has withdrawn me from all my duties. It is your body that is hampered by ill health, and not your soul as well. It is for this reason that it clogs the feet of the runner, and will hinder the handiwork of the cobbler or the artisan. But if your soul be habitually in practice, you will plead and teach, listen and learn, investigate and meditate. What more is necessary? Do you think that you are doing nothing if you possess self-control in your illness? You will be showing that a disease can be overcome, or at any rate endured. There is, I assure you, a place for virtue even upon a bed of sickness. It is not only the sword and the battle line that prove the soul alert and unconquered by fear. A man can display bravery even when wrapped in his bedclothes. You have something to do. Wrestle bravely with disease. If it shall compel you to nothing, beguile you to nothing, it is a notable example that you display. Oh, what ample matter were there for renown, if we could have spectators of our sickness! Be your own spectator. Seek your own applause. Again, there are two kinds of pleasures. Disease checks the pleasures of the body, but does not do away with them. Nay, if the truth is to be considered, it serves to excite them. For the thirstier a man is, the more he enjoys a drink. The hungrier he is, the more pleasure he takes in food. Whatever falls to one's lot after a period of abstinence is welcomed with greater zest. The other kind, however, the pleasures of the mind, which are higher and less uncertain, no physician can refuse to the sick man. Whoever seeks these and knows well what they are, scorns all the blandishments of the senses. Men say, "Poor sick fellow." But why? Is it because he does not mix snow with his wine, or because he does not revive the chill of his drink, mixed as it is in a good-sized bowl by chipping ice into it, or because he does not have Lucrine oysters opened fresh at his table, or because there is no din of cooks about his dining hall as they bring in their very cooking apparatus along with their viands? For luxury has already devised this fashion of having the kitchen accompany the dinner, so that the food may not grow lukewarm or fail to be hot enough for a palate which has already become hardened. Poor sick fellow! He will eat as much as he can digest. There will be no boar lying before his eyes, banished from the table as if it were a common meat, and on his sideboard there will be heaped together no breast meat of birds, because it sickens him to see birds served whole. But what evil has been done to you? You will dine like a sick man, nay, sometimes like a sound man. All these things, however, can be easily endured. Gruel, warm water, and anything else that seems insupportable to a fastidious man, to one who is wallowing in luxury, sick in soul rather than in body, if only we cease to shudder at death. And we shall cease, if once we have gained a knowledge of the limits of good and evil, then, and then only, life will not weary us. Neither will death make us afraid. For surfeit of self can never seize upon a life that surveys all the things which are manifold, great, divine. Only idle leisure is wont to make men hate their lives. To one who roams through the universe, the truth can never pall. It will be the untruths that will cloy. And on the other hand, if death comes near with its summons, even though it be untimely in its arrival, though it cut one off in one's prime, a man has had a taste of all that the longest life can give. Such a man has in great measure come to understand the universe. He knows that honorable things do not depend on time for their growth, but any life must seem short to those who measure its length by pleasures, which are empty and for that reason unbounded. Refresh yourself with such thoughts as these, and meanwhile reserve some hours for our letters. There will come a time when we shall be united again and brought together. However short this time may be, we shall make it long by knowing how to employ it. For, as Posidonius says, a single day among the learned lasts longer than the longest life of the ignorant. Meanwhile, hold fast to this thought, and grip it close. Yield not to adversity. Trust not to prosperity. Keep before your eyes the full scope of fortune's power, as if she would surely do whatever is in her power to do. That which has been long expected comes more gently. Farewell. End of Letter 78. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 79 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On the Rewards of Scientific Discovery. I have been awaiting a letter from you, that you might inform me what new matter was revealed to you during your trip round Sicily, and especially that you might give me further information regarding Charybdis itself. I know very well that Scylla is a rock, and indeed a rock not dreaded by mariners, but with regard to Charybdis, I should like to have a full description in order to see whether it agrees with the accounts in mythology, and if you have by chance investigated it, for it is indeed worthy of your investigation, please enlighten me concerning the following. Is it lashed into a whirlpool by a wind from only one direction, or do all storms alike serve to disturb its depths? Is it true that objects snatched downwards by the whirlpool in that strait are carried for many miles under water, and then come to the surface on the beach near Tauromenium? If you will write me a full account of these matters, I shall then have the boldness to ask you to perform another task. Also to climb Etna at my special request. Certain naturalists have inferred that the mountain is wasting away and gradually settling, because sailors used to be able to see it from a great distance. The reason for this may be, not that the height of the mountain is decreasing, but because the flames have become dim and the eruptions less strong and less copious, and because for the same reason, the smoke also is less active by day. However, either of these two things is possible to believe. That on the one hand the mountain is growing smaller because it is consumed from day to day, and that, on the other hand, it remains the same size, because the mountain is not devouring itself, but instead of this, the matter which seethes forth collects in some subterranean valley, and is fed by other material, finding in the mountain itself not the food which it requires, but simply a passageway out. There is a well-known place in Lycia, called by the inhabitants Hephaestion, where the ground is full of holes in many places, and is surrounded by a harmless fire, which does no injury to the plants that grow there. Hence the place is fertile and luxuriant with growth, because the flames do not scorch, but merely shine with a force that is mild and feeble. But let us postpone this discussion, and look into the matter when you have given me a description just how far distant the snow lies from the crater. I mean the snow which does not melt even in summer, so safe is it from the adjacent fire. But there is no ground for your charging this work to my account, for you are about to gratify your own craze for fine writing, without a commission from anyone at all. Nay, what am I to offer you, not merely to describe Etna in your poem, and not to touch lightly upon a topic which is a matter of ritual for all poets? Ovid could not be prevented from using this theme simply because Virgil had already fully covered it, nor could either of these writers frighten off Cornelius Severus. Besides, the topic has served them all with happy results, and those who have gone before seem to me not to have forestalled all that could be said, but merely to have opened the way. It makes a great deal of difference whether you approach a subject that has been exhausted, or one where the ground has merely been broken. In the latter case, the topic grows day by day, and what is already discovered does not hinder new discoveries. Besides, he who writes last has the best of the bargain. He finds already at hand words which, when marshaled in a different way, show a new face, and he is not pilfering them, as if they belonged to someone else when he uses them, for they are common property. Now, if Etna does not make your mouth water, I am mistaken in you. You have for some time been desirous of writing something in the grand style, and on the level of the older school. For your modesty does not allow you to set your hopes any higher. This quality of yours is so pronounced that it seems to me you are likely to curb the force of your natural ability if there should be any danger of outdoing others. So greatly do you reverence the old masters. Wisdom has this advantage, among others, that no man can be outdone by another, except during the climb. But when you have arrived at the top, it is a draw. There is no room for further ascent. The game is over. Can the sun add to his size? Can the moon advance beyond her usual fullness? The seas do not increase in bulk. The universe keeps the same character, the same limits. Things which have reached their full stature cannot grow higher. Men who have attained wisdom will therefore be equal and on the same footing. Each of them will possess his own peculiar gifts. One will be more affable, another more facile, another more ready of speech, a fourth more eloquent. But as regards the quality under discussion, the element that produces happiness, it is equal in them all. I do not know whether this Etna of yours can collapse and fall in ruins, whether this lofty summit, visible for many miles over the deep sea, is wasted by the incessant power of the flames. But I do know that virtue will not be brought down to a lower plane either by flames or by ruins. Hers is the only greatness that knows no lowering. There can be for her no further rising or sinking. Her stature, like that of the stars in the heavens, is fixed. Let us therefore strive to raise ourselves to this altitude. Already much of the task is accomplished. Nay, rather, if I can bring myself to confess the truth, not much. For goodness does not mean merely being better than the lowest. Who that could catch but a mere glimpse of the daylight would boast his powers of vision? One who sees the sun shining through a mist may be contented meanwhile that he has escaped darkness, but he does not yet enjoy the blessing of light. Our souls will not have reason to rejoice in their lot until, freed from this darkness in which they grope, they have not merely glimpsed the brightness with feeble vision, but have absorbed the full light of day, and have been restored to their place in the sky, until, indeed, they have regained the place which they held at the allotment of their birth. The soul is summoned upward by its very origin, and it will reach that goal even before it is released from its prison below, as soon as it has cast off sin, and in purity and lightness has leaped up into celestial realms of thought. I am glad, beloved Lucilius, that we are occupied with this ideal, that we pursue it with all our might, even though few know it, or none. Fame is the shadow of virtue. It will attend virtue even against her will. But as the shadow sometimes precedes and sometimes follows, or even lags behind, so fame sometimes goes before us, and shows herself in plain sight, and sometimes is in the rear, and is all the greater in proportion as she is late in coming, when once envy has beaten a retreat. How long did men believe Democritus to be mad? Glory barely came to Socrates, and how long did our state remain in ignorance of Cato? They rejected him, and did not know his worth until they had lost him. If Rutilius had not resigned himself to wrong, his innocence and virtue would have escaped notice. The hour of his suffering was the hour of his triumph. Did he not give thanks for his lot and welcome his exile with open arms? I have mentioned thus far those to whom fortune has brought renown at the very moment of persecution. But how many there are whose progress toward virtue has come to light only after their death? And how many have been ruined, not rescued by their reputation? There is Epicurus, for example. Mark how greatly he is admired, not only by the more cultured, but also by this ignorant rabble. This man, however, was unknown to Athens itself, near which he had hidden himself away. And so, when he had already survived by many years his friend Metrodorus, he added in a letter these last words, proclaiming with thankful appreciation the friendship that had existed between them. So greatly blessed were Metrodorus and I, that it has been no harm to us to be unknown, and almost unheard of, in this well-known land of Greece. Is it not true, therefore, that men did not discover him until after he had ceased to be? Has not his renown shone forth for all that? Metrodorus also admits this fact in one of his letters, that Epicurus and he were not well known to the public, but he declares that after the lifetime of Epicurus and himself, any man who might wish to follow in their footsteps would win great and ready-made renown. Virtue is never lost to view, and yet to have been lost to view is no loss. There will come a day which will reveal her, though hidden away or suppressed by the spite of her contemporaries. That man is born merely for a few, who thinks only of the people of his own generation. Many thousands of years and many thousands of people will come after you. It is to these that you should have regard. Malice may have imposed silence upon the mouths of all who were alive in your day, but there will come men who will judge you without prejudice and without favor. If there is any reward that virtue receives at the hands of fame, not even this can pass away. We ourselves, indeed, shall not be affected by the talk of posterity. Nevertheless, Posterity will cherish and celebrate us, even though we are not conscious thereof. Virtue has never failed to reward a man, both during his life and after his death, provided he has followed her loyally, provided he has not decked himself out or painted himself up, but has always been the same, whether he appeared before men's eyes after being announced, or suddenly, and without preparation. Pretense accomplishes nothing. Few are deceived by a mask that is easily drawn over the face. Truth is the same in every part. Things which deceive us have no real substance. Lies are thin stuff. They are transparent, if you examine them with care. Farewell. End of Letter 79. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 80 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On Worldly Deceptions. Today I have some free time, thanks not so much to myself as to the games which have attracted all the boors to the boxing match. No one will interrupt me or disturb the train of my thoughts, which go ahead more boldly as a result of my very confidence. My door has not been continually creaking on its hinges, nor will my curtain be pulled aside. My thoughts may march safely on, and that is all the more necessary for one who goes independently and follows out his own path. Do I then follow no predecessors? Yes, but I allow myself to discover something new, to alter, to reject. I am not a slave to them, although I give them my approval. And yet, that was a very bold word which I spoke when I assured myself that I should have some quiet and some uninterrupted retirement. For lo, a great cheer comes from the stadium, and while it does not drive me distracted, yet it shifts my thought to a contrast suggested by this very noise. How many men, I say to myself, train their bodies, and how few train their minds? What crowds flock to the games, spurious as they are and arranged merely for pastime, and what a solitude reigns where the good arts are taught. How feather-brained are the athletes whose muscles and shoulders we admire. The question which I ponder most of all is this: if the body can be trained to such a degree of endurance that it will stand the blows and kicks of several opponents at once, and to such a degree that a man can last out the day and resist the scorching sun in the midst of the burning dust, drenched all the while with his own blood. If this can be done, how much more easily might the mind be toughened, so that it could receive the blows of fortune and not be conquered, so that it might struggle to its feet again after it has been laid low, after it has been trampled underfoot. For although the body needs many things in order to be strong, yet the mind grows from within, giving to itself nourishment and exercise. Yonder athletes must have copious food, copious drink, copious quantities of oil, and long training besides. But you can acquire virtue without equipment and without expense. All that goes to make you a good man lies within yourself. And what do you need in order to become good? To wish it. But what better thing could you wish for than to break away from this slavery? A slavery that oppresses us all. A slavery which even chattels of the lowest estate, born amid such degradation, strive in every possible way to strip off. In exchange for freedom, they pay out the savings which they have scraped together by cheating their own bellies. Shall you not be eager to attain liberty at any price, seeing that you claim it as your birthright? Why cast glances toward your strong box? Liberty cannot be bought. It is therefore useless to enter in your ledger the item of freedom. For freedom is possessed neither by those who have bought it, nor by those who have sold it. You must give this good to yourself, and seek it from yourself. First of all, free yourself from the fear of death, for death puts the yoke about our necks. Then free yourself from the fear of poverty. If you would know how little evil there is in poverty, compare the faces of the poor with those of the rich. The poor man smiles more often and more genuinely. His troubles do not go deep down. Even if any anxiety comes upon him, it passes like a fitful cloud. But the merriment of those whom men call happy is feigned, while their sadness is heavy and festering, and all the heavier because they may not meanwhile display their grief, but must act the part of happiness in the midst of sorrows that eat out their very hearts. I often feel called upon to use the following illustration, and it seems to me that none expresses more effectively this drama of human life, wherein we are assigned to the parts which we are to play so badly. Yonder is the man who stalks upon the stage, with swelling port and head thrown back, and says, "Lo, I am he who Argos hails as lord, whom Pelops left the heir of lands that spread from Hellespont and from the Ionian Sea, even to the Isthmian Straits." And who is this fellow? He is but a slave. His wage is 5 measures of grain and 5 denarii. Yon other who, proud and wayward and puffed up by confidence in his power, declaims, "Peace, Menelaus, or this hand shall slay thee," receives a daily pittance and sleeps on rags. You may speak in the same way about all these dandies whom you see riding in litters above the heads of men and above the crowd. In every case, their happiness is put on like the actor's mask. Tear it off, and you will scorn them. When you buy a horse, you order its blanket to be removed. You pull off the garments from slaves that are advertised for sale, so that no bodily flaws may escape your notice. If you judge a man, do you judge him when he is wrapped in a disguise? Slave dealers hide under some sort of finery any defect which may give offense, and for that reason the very trappings arouse the suspicion of the buyer. If you catch sight of a leg or an arm that is bound up in cloths, you demand that it be stripped, and that the body itself be revealed to you. Do you see yonder Scythian or Sarmatian king, his head adorned with the badge of his office? If you wish to see what he amounts to, and to know his full worth, take off his diadem. Much evil lurks beneath it. But why do I speak of others? If you wish to set a value on yourself, put away your money, your estates, your honors, and look into your own soul. At present, you are taking the word of others for what you are. Farewell. End of letter 80. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 81 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On benefits. You complain that you have met with an ungrateful person. If this is your first experience of that sort, you should offer thanks either to your good luck or to your caution. In this case, however, caution can effect nothing but to make you ungenerous. For if you wish to avoid such a danger, you will not confer benefits. And so, that benefits may not be lost with another man, they will be lost to yourself. It is better, however, to get no return than to confer no benefits. Even after a poor crop, one should sow again, for often losses due to continued barrenness of an unproductive soil have been made good by 1 year's fertility. In order to discover one grateful person, it is worthwhile to make trial of many ungrateful ones. No man has so unerring a hand when he confers benefits that he is not frequently deceived. It is well for the traveller to wander, that he may again cleave to the path. After a shipwreck, sailors try the sea again. The banker is not frightened away from the forum by the swindler. If one were compelled to drop everything that caused trouble, life would soon grow dull amid sluggish idleness. But in your case, this very condition may prompt you to become more charitable. For when the outcome of any undertaking is unsure, you must try again and again in order to succeed ultimately. I have, however, discussed the matter with sufficient fullness in the volumes which I have written, entitled On Benefits. What I think should rather be investigated is this, a question which I feel has not been made sufficiently clear, whether he who has helped us has squared the account and has freed us from our debt, if he has done us harm later. You may add this question also, if you like, when the harm done later has been more than the help rendered previously. If you are seeking for the formal and just decision of a strict judge, you will find that he checks off one act by the other and declares, though the injuries outweigh the benefits, yet we should credit to the benefits anything that stands over even after the injury. The harm done was indeed greater, but the helpful act was done first. Hence, the time also should be taken into account. Other cases are so clear that I need not remind you that you should also look into such points as, how gladly was the help offered, and how reluctantly was the harm done, since benefits, as well as injuries, depend on the spirit. I do not wish to confer the benefit, but I was won over by my respect for the man, or by the importunity of his request, or by hope. Our feeling about every obligation depends, in each case, upon the spirit in which the benefit is conferred. We weigh not the bulk of the gift, but the quality of the good will which prompted it. So, now let us do away with guesswork. The former deed was a benefit, and the latter, which transcended the earlier benefit, is an injury. The good man so arranged the two sides of his ledger that he voluntarily cheats himself by adding to the benefit and subtracting from the injury. The more indulgent magistrate, however, and I should rather be such a one, will order us to forget the injury and remember the accommodation. But surely, you say, it is the part of justice to render to each that which is his due, thanks in return for a benefit, and retribution, or at any rate, ill will in return for an injury. This, I say, will be true when it is one man who has inflicted the injury and a different man who has conferred the benefit. For if it is the same man, the force of the injury is nullified by the benefit conferred. Indeed, a man who ought to be pardoned, even though there were no good deeds credited to him in the past, should receive something more than mere leniency if he commits a wrong when he has a benefit to his credit. I do not set an equal value on benefits and injuries. I reckon a benefit at a higher rate than an injury. Not all grateful persons know what it involves to be in debt for a benefit. Even a thoughtless, crude fellow, one of the common herd, may know, especially soon after he has received the gift, but he does not know how deeply he stands in debt thereof. Only the wise man knows exactly what value should be put upon everything, for the fool, whom I just mentioned, no matter how good his intentions may be, either pays less than he owes, or pays it at the wrong time or the wrong place. That for which he should make return he wastes and loses. There is a marvelously accurate phraseology applied to certain subjects, a long-established terminology which indicates certain acts by means of symbols that are most efficient and that serve to outline men's duties. We are, as you know, wont to speak thus. A has made a return for the favor bestowed by B. Making a return means handing over of your own accord that which you owe. We do not say, he has paid back the favor, for payback is used of a man upon whom a demand for payment is made, of those who pay against their will, of those who pay under any circumstances whatsoever, and of those who pay through a third party. We do not say, he has restored the benefit, or settled it. We have never been satisfied with a word which applies properly to a debt of money. Making a return means offering something to him from whom you have received something. The phrase implies a voluntary return. He who has made such a return has served the writ upon himself. The wise man will inquire in his own mind into all the circumstances, how much he has received, from whom, when, where, how, And so we declare that none but the wise man knows how to make return for a favor. Moreover, none but the wise man knows how to confer a benefit. That man, I mean, who enjoys the giving more than the recipient enjoys the receiving. Now, some person will reckon this remark as one of the generally surprising statements, such as we Stoics are wont to make, and such as the Greeks call paradoxes, and will say, "Do you maintain, then, that only the wise man knows how to return a favor? Do you maintain that no one else knows how to make restoration to a creditor for a debt, or, on buying a commodity, to pay full value to the seller?" In order not to bring any odium upon myself, let me tell you that Epicurus says the same thing. At any rate, Metrodorus remarks that only the wise man knows how to return a favor. Again, the objector mentioned above wonders at our saying, "The wise man alone knows how to love. The wise man alone is a real friend." And yet it is part of love and of friendship to return favors. Nay, further, it is an ordinary act, and happens more frequently than real friendship. Again, this same objector wonders at our saying, "There is no loyalty except in the wise man," just as if he himself does not say the same thing. Or, do you think that there is any loyalty in him who does not know how to return a favor? These men, accordingly, should cease to discredit us, just as if we were uttering an impossible boast. They should understand that the essence of honor resides in the wise man, while among the crowd we find only the ghost and the semblance of honor. None but the wise man knows how to return a favor. Even a fool can return it in proportion to his knowledge and his power. His fault would be a lack of knowledge rather than a lack of will or desire. To will does not come by teaching. The wise man will compare all things with one another, for the very same object becomes greater or smaller, according to the time, the place, and the cause. Often the riches that are spent in profusion upon a palace cannot accomplish as much as 1,000 denarii given at the right time. Now, it makes a great deal of difference whether you give outright, or come to a man's assistance, whether your generosity saves him, or sets him up in life. Often the gift is small, but the consequences are great. And what a distinction do you imagine there is between taking something which one lacks, something which was offered, and receiving a benefit in order to confer one in return. But we should not slip back into the subject which we have already sufficiently investigated. In this balancing of benefits and injuries, the good man will, to be sure, judge with the highest degree of fairness, but he will incline towards the side of the benefit. He will turn more readily in this direction. Moreover, in affairs of this kind, the person concerned is wont to count for a great deal. Men say, "You conferred a benefit upon me in that matter of the slave, but you did me an injury in the case of my father." Or, "You saved my son, but robbed me of a father." Similarly, he will follow up all other matters in which comparisons can be made, and if the difference be very slight, he will pretend not to notice it. Even though the difference be great, yet if the concession can be made without impairment of duty and loyalty, our good man will overlook it. That is, provided the injury exclusively affects the good man himself. To sum up, the matter stands thus. The good man will be easygoing in striking a balance. He will allow too much to be set against his credit. He will be unwilling to pay a benefit by balancing the injury against it. The side towards which he will lean, the tendency which he will exhibit, is the desire to be under obligations for the favor, and the desire to make return thereof. For anyone who receives a benefit more gladly than he repays it is mistaken. By as much as he who pays is more light-hearted than he who borrows, by so much ought he to be more joyful who unburdens himself of the greatest debt, a benefit received, than he who incurs the greatest obligations. For ungrateful men make mistakes in this respect also. They have to pay their creditors both capital and interest, but they think that benefits are currency which they can use without interest. So the debts grow through postponement, and the later the action is postponed, the more remains to be paid. A man is an ingrate if he repays a favor without interest. Therefore, interest also should be allowed for when you compare your receipts and your expenses. We should try by all means to be as grateful as possible, for gratitude is a good thing for ourselves, in a sense in which justice, that is commonly supposed to concern other persons, is not. Gratitude returns in large measure unto itself. There is not a man who, when he has benefited his neighbor, has not benefited himself. I do not mean for the reason that he whom you have aided will desire to aid you, or that he whom you have defended will desire to protect you, or that an example of good conduct returns in a circle to benefit the doer, just as examples of bad conduct recoil upon their authors, and as men find no pity if they suffer wrongs which they themselves have demonstrated the possibility of committing, but that the reward for all the virtues lies in the virtues themselves. For they are not practiced with a view to recompense. The wages of a good deed is to have done it. I am grateful, not in order that my neighbor, provoked by the earlier act of kindness, may be more ready to benefit me, but simply in order that I may perform a most pleasant and beautiful act. I feel grateful, not because it profits me, but because it pleases me. And to prove the truth of this to you, I declare that even if I may not be grateful without seeming ungrateful, even if I am able to return a benefit only by an act which resembles an injury, even so, I shall strive in the utmost calmness of spirit toward the purpose which honor demands, in the very midst of disgrace. No one, I think, rates virtue higher or is more consecrated to virtue than he who has lost his reputation for being a good man in order to keep from losing the approval of his conscience. Thus, as I have said, your being grateful is more conducive to your own good than to your neighbor's good. For while your neighbor has had a common everyday experience, namely, receiving back the gift which he had bestowed, you have had a great experience which is the outcome of an utterly happy condition of soul, to have felt gratitude. For if wickedness make men unhappy and virtue makes men blessed, and if it is a virtue to be grateful, then the return which you have made is only the customary thing, but the thing to which you have attained is priceless. The consciousness of gratitude, which comes only to the soul that is divine and blessed. The opposite feeling to this, however, is immediately attended by the greatest unhappiness. No man, if he be ungrateful, will be unhappy in the future. I allow him no day of grace. He is unhappy forthwith. Let us therefore avoid being ungrateful, not for the sake of others, but for our own sakes. When we do wrong, only the least and lightest portion of it flows back upon our neighbor. The worst, and if I may use the term, the densest portion of it, stays at home and troubles the owner. My master Attalus used to say, "Evil herself drinks the largest portion of her own poison." The poison which serpents carry for the destruction of others, and secrete without harm to themselves, is not like this poison, for this sort is ruinous to the possessor. The ungrateful man tortures and torments himself. He hates the gifts which he has accepted, because he must make a return for them, and he tries to belittle their value, but he really enlarges and exaggerates the injuries which he has received. And what is more wretched than a man who forgets his benefits, and clings to his injuries? Wisdom, on the other hand, lends grace to every benefit, and of her own free will commends it to her own favor, and delights her soul by continued recollection thereof. Evil men have but one pleasure in benefits, and a very short-lived pleasure at that. It lasts only while they are receiving them. But the wise man derives therefrom an abiding and eternal joy. For he takes delight not so much in receiving the gift as in having received it, and this joy never perishes. It abides with him always. He despises the wrongs done him. He forgets them, not accidentally, but voluntarily. He does not put a wrong construction upon everything, or seek for someone whom he may hold responsible for each happening. He rather ascribes even the sins of men to chance. He will not misinterpret a word or a look. He makes light of all mishaps by interpreting them in a generous way. He does not remember an injury rather than a service. As far as possible, he lets his memory rest upon the earlier and the better deed, never changing his attitude toward those who have deserved well of him, except in cases where the bad deeds far outdistance the good, and the space between them is obvious even to one who closes his eyes to it. Even then, only to this extent that he strives, after receiving the preponderant injury, to resume the attitude which he held before he received the benefit. For when the injury merely equals the benefit, a certain amount of kindly feeling is left over. Just as a defendant is acquitted when the votes are equal, and just as the spirit of kindliness always tries to bend every doubtful case toward the better interpretation, so the mind of the wise man, when another's merits merely equal his bad deeds, will, to be sure, cease to feel an obligation, but does not cease to desire to feel it, and acts precisely like the man who pays his debts even after they have been legally cancelled. But no man can be grateful unless he has learned to scorn the things which drive the common herd to distraction. If you wish to make return for a favor, you must be willing to go into exile, or to pour forth your blood, or to undergo poverty, or, and this will frequently happen, even to let your very innocence be stained and exposed to shameful slanders. It is no slight price that a man must pay for being grateful. We hold nothing dearer than a benefit so long as we are seeking one. We hold nothing cheaper after we have received it. Do you ask what it is that makes us forget benefits received? It is our extreme greed for receiving others. We consider not what we have obtained, but what we are to seek. We are deflected from the right course by riches, titles, power, and everything which is valuable in our opinion but worthless when rated at its real value. We do not know how to weigh matters. We should take counsel regarding them, not with their reputation, but with their nature. Those things possess no grandeur wherewith to enthrall our minds, except the fact that we have become accustomed to marvel at them. For they are not praised because they ought to be desired, but they are desired because they have been praised. And when the error of individuals has once created error on the part of the public, then the public error goes on creating error on the part of individuals. But just as we take on faith such estimates of values, so let us take on the faith of the people this truth, that nothing is more honorable than a grateful heart. This phrase will be echoed by all cities and by all races, even those from savage countries. Upon this point, good and bad will agree. Some praise pleasure, some prefer toil, some say that pain is the greatest of evils, some say it is no evil at all. Some will include riches in the supreme good, others will say that their discovery meant harm to the human race, and that none is richer than he to whom fortune has found nothing to give. Amid all these diversity of opinion, all men will yet with one voice, as the saying is, vote aye to the proposition that thanks should be returned to those who have deserved well of us. On this question, the common herd, rebellious as they are, will all agree, but at present we keep paying back injuries instead of benefits. And the primary reason why a man is ungrateful is that he has found it impossible to be grateful enough. Our madness has gone to such lengths that it is a very dangerous thing to confer great benefits upon a person. For just because he thinks it shameful not to repay, so he would have none left alive whom he should repay. Keep for yourself what you have received. I do not ask it back. I do not demand it. Let it be safe to have conferred a favor. There is no worse hatred than that which springs from shame at the desecration of a benefit. Farewell. End of Letter 81. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 82 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On the natural fear of death. I have already ceased to be anxious about you. Whom, then, of the gods, you ask, have you found as your voucher? A god, let me tell you, who deceives no one, a soul in love with that which is upright and good. The better part of yourself is on safe ground. Fortune can inflict injury upon you, What is more pertinent is that I have no fears lest you do injury to yourself. Proceed as you have begun, and settle yourself in this way of living, not luxuriously, but calmly. I prefer to be in trouble rather than in luxury, and you had better interpret the term in trouble as popular usage is wont to interpret it, living a hard, rough, toilsome life. We are wont to hear the lives of certain men praised as follows, when they are objects of unpopularity. So-and-so lives luxuriously. But by this they mean, he is softened by luxury. For the soul is made womanish by degrees, and is weakened until it matches the ease and laziness in which it lies. Lo, is it not better for one who is really a man even to become hardened? Next, these same dandies fear that which they have made their own lives resemble. Much difference is there between lying idle and lying buried. But, you say, is it not better even to lie idle than to whirl round in these eddies of business distraction? Both extremes are to be deprecated, both tension and sluggishness. I hold that he who lies on a perfumed couch is no less dead than he who is dragged along by the executioner's hook. Leisure without study is death. It is a tomb for the living man. What then is the advantage of retirement? As if the real causes of our anxieties did not follow us across the seas. What hiding place is there, where the fear of death does not enter? What peaceful haunts are there, so fortified and so far withdrawn that pain does not fill them with fear? Wherever you hide yourself, human ills will make an uproar all around. There are many external things which compass us about, to deceive us or to weigh upon us. There are many things within which, even amid solitude, fret and ferment. Therefore, gird yourself about with philosophy, an impregnable wall. Though it be assaulted by many engines, fortune can find no passage into it. The soul stands on unassailable ground if it has abandoned external things. It is independent in its own fortress, and every weapon that is hurled falls short of the mark. Fortune has not the long reach with which we credit her. She can seize none except him that clings to her. Let us then recoil from her as far as we are able. This will be possible for us only through knowledge of self and of the world of nature. The soul should know whither it is going and whence it came, what is good for it and what is evil, what it seeks and what it avoids, and what it is that reason which distinguishes between the desirable and the undesirable, and thereby tames the madness of our desires and calms the violence of our fears. Some men flatter themselves that they have checked these evils by themselves, even without the aid of philosophy. But when some accident catches them off their guard, a tardy confession of error is wrung from them. Their boastful words perish from their lips when the torturer commands them to stretch forth their necks, and when death draws nearer. You may say to such a man, "It was easy for you to challenge evils that were not nearby. But here comes pain, which you declared you could endure. Here comes death, against which you uttered many a courageous boast. The whip cracks, the sword flashes. Ah, now, Aeneas, thou must needs be stout and strong of heart." This strength of heart, however, will come from constant study, provided that you practice not with the tongue but with the soul, and provided that you prepare yourself to meet death. To enable yourself to meet death, you may expect no encouragement or cheer from those who try to make you believe, by means of their hair-splitting logic, that death is no evil. For I take pleasure, excellent Lucilius, in poking fun at the absurdities of the Greeks, of which, to my continual surprise, I have not yet succeeded in ridding myself. Our master Zeno uses a syllogism like this: "No evil is glorious, but death is glorious. Therefore death is no evil." A cure, Zeno. I have been freed from fear. Henceforth I shall not hesitate to bare my neck on the scaffold. Will you not utter sterner words, instead of rousing a dying man to laughter? Indeed, Lucilius, I could not easily tell you whether he who thought that he was quenching the fear of death by setting up this syllogism was the more foolish, or he who attempted to refute it, just as if it had anything to do with the matter. For the refuter himself proposed a counter-syllogism, based upon the proposition that we regard death as indifferent, one of the things which the Greeks call adiaphora. Nothing, he says, that is indifferent can be glorious. Death is glorious, therefore death is not indifferent. You comprehend the tricky fallacy which is contained in this syllogism. Mere death is, in fact, not glorious, but a brave death is glorious. And when you say, nothing that is indifferent is glorious, I grant you this much, and declare that nothing is glorious except as it deals with indifferent things. I classify as indifferent that is neither good nor evil, sickness, pain, poverty, exile, death. None of these things is intrinsically glorious, but nothing can be glorious apart from them. For it is not poverty that we praise, it is the man whom poverty cannot humble or bend, nor is it exile that we praise. It is the man who withdraws into exile in the spirit in which he would have sent another into exile. It is not pain that we praise. It is the man whom pain has not coerced. One praises not death, but the man whose soul death takes away before it can confound it. All these things are in themselves neither honorable nor glorious, but any one of them that virtue has visited and touched is made honorable and glorious by virtue. They merely lie in between, and the decisive question is only whether wickedness or virtue has laid hold upon them. For instance, the death which in Cato's case is glorious is in the case of Brutus forthwith base and disgraceful. For this Brutus, condemned to death, was trying to obtain postponement. He withdrew a moment in order to ease himself. When summoned to die and ordered to bare his throat, he exclaimed, "I will bare my throat, if only I may live." What madness it is to run away when it is impossible to turn back! I will bare my throat, if only I may live. He came very near saying also, even under Antony. This fellow deserved indeed to be consigned to life. But, as I was going on to remark, you see that death in itself is neither an evil nor a good. Cato experienced death most honorably, Brutus most basely. Everything, if you add virtue, assumes a glory which it did not possess before. We speak of a sunny room, even though the same room is pitch dark at night. It is the day which fills it with light, and the night which steals the light away. Thus it is with the things which we call indifferent and middle, like riches, strength, beauty, titles, kingship, and their opposites, death, exile, ill health, pain, and all such evils, the fear of which upsets us to a greater or less extent. It is the wickedness or the virtue that bestows the name of good or evil. An object is not by its own essence either hot or cold. It is heated when thrown into a furnace and chilled when dropped into water. Death is honorable when related to that which is honorable. By this I mean virtue and a soul that despises the worst hardships. Furthermore, there are vast distinctions among these qualities which we call middle. For example, death is not so indifferent as to the question whether your hair should be worn evenly or unevenly. Death belongs among those things which are not indeed evils, but still have in them a semblance of evil. For there are implanted in us love of self, a desire for existence and self-preservation, and also an abhorrence of dissolution, because death seems to rob us of many goods, and to withdraw us from the abundance to which we have become accustomed. And there is another element which estranges us from death. We are already familiar with the present, but are ignorant of the future into which we shall transfer ourselves, and we shrink from the unknown. Moreover, it is natural to fear the world of shades, whither death is supposed to lead. Therefore, although death is something indifferent, it is nevertheless not a thing which we can easily ignore. The soul must be hardened by long practice, so that it may learn to endure the sight and the approach of death. Death ought to be despised more than it is wont to be despised, for we believe too many of the stories about death. Many thinkers have striven hard to increase its ill repute. They have portrayed the prison in the world below, and the land overwhelmed by everlasting night, where, within his blood-stained cave, hell's warder huge doth sprawl his ugly length on half-crunched bones, and terrifies the disembodied ghosts with never-ceasing bark. Even if you can win your point and prove that these are mere stories, and that nothing is left for the dead to fear, another fear steals upon you. For the fear of going to the underworld is equaled by the fear of going nowhere. In the face of these notions, which long-standing opinion has dinned in our ears, how can brave endurance of death be anything else than glorious, and fit to rank among the greatest accomplishments of the human mind? For the mind will never rise to virtue if it believes that death is an evil. But it will so rise if it holds that death is a matter of indifference. It is not in the order of nature that a man shall proceed with a great heart to a destiny which he believes to be evil. He will go sluggishly and with reluctance. But nothing glorious can result from unwillingness and cowardice. Virtue does nothing under compulsion. Besides, no deed that a man does is honorable unless he has devoted himself thereto, and attended to it with all his heart, rebelling against it with no portion of his being. When, however, a man goes to face an evil, either through fear of worse evils, or in the hope of goods whose attainment is of sufficient moment to him that he can swallow the one evil which he must endure, in that case, the judgment of the agent is drawn in two directions. On the one side is the motive which bids him carry out his purpose. On the other, the motive which restrains him and makes him flee from something which has aroused his apprehension, or leads to danger. Hence, he is torn in different directions, and if this happens, the glory of his act is gone. For virtue accomplishes its plans only when the spirit is in harmony with itself. There is no element of fear in any of its actions. Yield not to evils, but still braver go, wherever thy fortune shall allow. You cannot still braver go, if you are persuaded that those things are the real evils. Root out this idea from your soul. Otherwise your apprehensions will remain undecided, and will thus check the impulse to action. You will be pushed into that towards which you ought to advance like a soldier. Those of our school, it is true, would have men think that Zeno's syllogism is correct, but that the second I mentioned, which is set up against his, is deceptive and wrong. But I, for my part, decline to reduce such questions to a matter of dialectical rules, or to the subtleties of an utterly worn-out system. Away, I say, with all that sort of thing, which makes a man feel, when a question is propounded to him, that he is hemmed in, and forces him to admit a premise, and then makes him say one thing in his answer when his real opinion is another. When truth is at stake, we must act more frankly, and when fear is to be combated, we must act more bravely. Such questions which the dialecticians involve in subtleties, I prefer to solve and weigh rationally, with the purpose of winning conviction and not of forcing the judgment. When a general is about to lead into action an army prepared to meet death for their wives and children, how will he exhort them to battle? I remind you of the Fabii, who took upon a single clan a war which concerned the whole state. I point out to you the Lacedaemonians, in position at the very pass of Thermopylae. They have no hope of victory, no hope of returning. The place where they stand is to be their tomb. In what language do you encourage them to bar the way with their bodies, and take upon themselves the ruin of their whole tribe, and to retreat from life rather than from their post? Shall you say, "That which is evil is not glorious, but death is glorious. Therefore death is not an evil." What a powerful discourse! After such words, who would hesitate to throw himself upon the serried spears of the foeman and die in his tracks? But take Leonidas. How bravely did he address his men! He said, "Fellow soldiers, let us to our breakfast, knowing that we shall sup in Hades." The food of these men did not grow lumpy in their mouths, or stick in their throats, or slip from their fingers. Eagerly did they accept the invitation to breakfast and to supper also. Think, too, of the famous Roman general. His soldiers had been dispatched to seize a position, and when they were about to make their way through a huge army of the enemy, he addressed them with the words, "You must go now, fellow soldiers, to yonder place, whence there is no must about your returning." You see, then, how straightforward and peremptory virtue is. But what man on earth can your deceptive logic make more courageous or more upright? Rather does it break the spirit, which should never be less straitened or forced to deal with petty and thorny problems than when some great work is being planned. It is not the 300. It is all mankind that should be relieved of the fear of death. But how can you prove to all those men that death is no evil? How can you overcome the notions of all our past life, notions with which we are tinged from our very infancy? What succor can you discover for man's helplessness? What can you say that will make men rush, burning with zeal, into the midst of danger? By what persuasive speech can you turn aside this universal feeling of fear? By what strength of wit can you turn aside the conviction of the human race, which steadfastly opposes you? Do you propose to construct catchwords for me, or to string together petty syllogisms? It takes great weapons to strike down great monsters. You recall the fierce serpent in Africa, more frightful to the Roman legions than the war itself, and assailed in vain by arrows and slings. It could not be wounded even by Pythias, since its huge size and the toughness which matched its bulk made spears, or any weapon hurled by the hand of man, glance off. It was finally destroyed by rocks equal in size to millstones. Are you, then, hurling petty weapons like yours even against death? Can you stop a lion's charge by an awl? Your arguments are indeed sharp, but there is nothing sharper than a stalk of grain. And certain arguments are rendered useless and unavailing by their very subtlety. Farewell. End of Letter 82, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 83 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On Drunkenness. You bid me give you an account of each separate day, and of the whole day, too. So you must have a good opinion of me, if you think that in these days of mine there is nothing to hide. At any rate, it is thus that we should live, as if we lived in plain sight of all men, and it is thus that we should think, as if there were someone who could look into our inmost souls, and there is one who can so look. For what avails it that something is hidden from man? Nothing is shut off from the sight of God. He is witness of our souls, and he comes into the very midst of our thoughts, comes into them, I say, as one who may at any time depart. I shall therefore do as you bid, and shall gladly inform you by letter what I am doing, and in what sequence. I shall keep watching myself continually, and, a most useful habit, shall review each day. For this is what makes us wicked, that no one of us looks back over his own life. Our thoughts are devoted only to what we are about to do, and yet our plans for the future always depend on the past. Today has been unbroken. No one has filched the slightest part of it from me. The whole time has been divided between rest and reading. A brief space has been given over to bodily exercise, and on this ground I can thank old age, My exercise costs very little effort. As soon as I stir, I am tired. And weariness is the aim and end of exercise, no matter how strong one is. Do you ask who are my pacemakers? One is enough for me, the slave Farius, a pleasant fellow as you know, but I shall exchange him for another. At my time of life I need one who is of still more tender years. Farius, at any rate, says that he and I are at the same period of life, for we are both losing our teeth. Yet, even now I can scarcely follow his pace as he runs, and within a very short time I shall not be able to follow him at all. So you see what profit we get from daily exercise. Very soon does a wide interval open between two persons who travel different ways. My slave is climbing up at the very moment when I am climbing down. And you surely know how much quicker the latter is. Nay, I was wrong, for now my life is not coming down, it is falling outright. Do you ask, for all that, how our race resulted today? We raced a tie, something which rarely happens in a running contest. After tiring myself out in this way, for I cannot call it exercise, I took a cold bath. This, at my house, means just short of hot. I, the former cold water enthusiast, who used to celebrate the new year by taking a plunge into the canal, who just as naturally as I would set out to do some reading or writing, or to compose a speech, used to inaugurate the first of the year with a plunge into the Virgo aqueduct, have changed my allegiance, first to the Tiber, and then to my favorite tank, which is warmed only by the sun, at times when I am most robust, and when there is not a flaw in my bodily processes. I have very little energy left for bathing. After the bath, some stale bread and breakfast without a table. No need to wash the hands after such a meal. Then comes a very short nap. You know my habit. I avail myself of a scanty bit of sleep, unharnessing as it were. For I am satisfied if I can just stop staying awake. Sometimes I know that I have slept. At other times I have a mere suspicion. Lo, now the din of the races sounds about me. My ears are smitten with sudden and general cheering. But this does not upset my thoughts, or even break their continuity. I can endure an uproar with complete resignation. The medley of voices blended in one note sounds to me like the dashing of waves, or like the wind that lashes the tree-tops, or like any other sound which conveys no meaning. What is it, then, you ask, to which I have been giving my attention? I will tell you. A thought sticks in my mind, left over from yesterday, namely, what men of the greatest sagacity have meant when they have offered the most trifling and intricate proofs for problems of the greatest importance. Proofs which may be true but none the less resemble fallacies. Zeno, that greatest of men, the revered founder of our brave and holy school of philosophy, wishes to discourage us from drunkenness. Listen, then, to his arguments proving that the good man will not get drunk. No one entrusts a secret to a drunken man, but one will entrust a secret to a good man. Therefore the good man will not get drunk. Mark how ridiculous Zeno is made when we set up a similar syllogism in contrast with his. There are many, but one will be enough. No one entrusts a secret to a man when he is asleep, but one entrusts a secret to a good man. Therefore the good man does not go to sleep. Posidonius pleads the cause of our master Zeno in the only possible way, but it cannot, I hold, be pleaded even in this way. For Posidonius maintains that the word drunken is used in two ways. In the one case of a man who is loaded with wine and has no control over himself. In the other, of a man who is accustomed to get drunk and is a slave to the habit. Zeno, he says, meant the latter, the man who is accustomed to get drunk, not the man who is drunk, and no one would entrust to this person any secret, for it might be blabbled out when the man was in his cups. This is a fallacy, for the first syllogism refers to him who is actually drunk, and not to him who is about to get drunk. You will surely admit that there is a great difference between a man who is drunk and a drunkard. He who is actually drunk may be in this state for the first time, and may not have the habit, while the drunkard is often free from drunkenness. I therefore interpret the word in its usual meaning, especially since the syllogism is set up by a man who makes a business of the careful use of words, and who weighs his language. Moreover, if this is what Zeno meant, and what he wished it to mean to us, he was trying to avail himself of an equivocal word in order to work in a fallacy, and no man ought to do this when truth is the object of inquiry. But let us admit, indeed, that he meant what Posidonius says. Even so, the conclusion is false. The secrets are not entrusted to an habitual drunkard. Think how many soldiers who are not always sober have been entrusted by a general, or a captain, or a centurion, with messages which might not be divulged. With regard to the notorious plot to murder Gaius Caesar, and I mean the Caesar who conquered Pompeii and got control of the state, Tullius Cimber was trusted with it no less than Gaius Cassius. Now Cassius throughout his life drank water, while Tullius Cimber was a sot as well as a brawler. Cimber himself alluded to this fact, saying, "I carry a master, I cannot carry my liquor." So let each one call to mind those who, to his knowledge, can be ill-trusted with wine, but well trusted with the spoken word. And yet one case occurs to my mind which I shall relate, lest it fall into oblivion. For life should be provided with conspicuous illustrations. Let us not always be harking back to the dim past. Lucius Piso, the director of public safety at Rome, was drunk from the very time of his appointment. He used to spend the greater part of the night at banquets, and would sleep until noon. That was the way he spent his morning hours. Nevertheless, he applied himself most diligently to his official duties, which included the guardianship of the city. Even the sainted Augustus trusted him with secret orders when he placed him in command of Thrace. Piso conquered that country. Tiberius, too, trusted him when he took his holiday in Campania, leaving behind him in the city many a critical matter that aroused both suspicion and hatred. I fancy that it was because Piso's drunkenness turned out well for the emperor that he appointed to the office of city prefect Cossus, a man of authority and balance, but so soaked and steeped in drink that once, at a meeting of the Senate, whither he had come after banqueting, he was overcome by a slumber from which he could not be roused and had to be carried home. It was to this man that Tiberius sent many orders, written in his own hand, orders which he believed he ought not to trust even to the officials of his household. Cossus never let a single secret slip out, whether personal or public. So, let us abolish all such harangues as this. No man in the bonds of drunkenness has power over his soul. As the very vats are burst by new wine, and as the dregs at the bottom are raised to the surface by the strength of the fermentation, so, when the wine effervesces, whatever lies hidden below is brought up and made visible. As a man, overcome by liquor, cannot keep down his food when he has overindulged in wine, so he cannot keep back a secret either. He pours forth impartially both his own secrets and those of other persons. This, of course, is what commonly happens, but so does this, that we take counsel on serious subjects with those whom we know to be in the habit of drinking freely. Therefore, this proposition, which is laid down in the guise of a defense of Zeno's syllogism, is false, that secrets are not entrusted to the habitual drunkard. How much better it is to arraign drunkenness frankly, and to expose its vices! For even the middling good man avoids them, not to mention the perfect sage, who is satisfied with slaking his thirst. The sage, even if now and then he is led on by good cheer, which, for a friend's sake, is carried somewhat too far, yet always stops short of drunkenness. We shall investigate later the question whether the mind of the sage is upset by too much wine, and commits follies like those of the toper. But meanwhile, if you wish to prove that a good man ought not to get drunk, why work it out by logic? Show how base it is to pour down more liquor than one can carry, and not to know the capacity of one's own stomach. Show how often the drunkard does things which make him blush when he is sober. State that drunkenness is nothing but a condition of insanity purposely assumed. prolong the drunkard's condition to several days, will you have any doubt about his madness? Even as it is, the madness is no less. It merely lasts a shorter time. Think of Alexander of Macedon, who stabbed Clitus, his dearest and most loyal friend, at a banquet. After Alexander understood what he had done, he wished to die, and assuredly he ought to have died. Drunkenness kindles and discloses every kind of vice, and removes the sense of shame that veils our evil undertakings. For more men abstain from forbidden actions because they are ashamed of sinning than because their inclinations are good. When the strength of wine has become too great and has gained control over the mind, every lurking evil comes forth from its hiding place. Drunkenness does not create vice, it merely brings it into view. At such times, the lustful man does not wait even for the privacy of a bedroom, but without postponement gives free play to the demands of his passion. At such times, the unchaste man proclaims and publishes his malady. At such times, your cross-grained fellow does not restrain his tongue or his hand. The haughty man increases his arrogance, the ruthless man his cruelty, the slanderer his spitefulness. Every vice is given free play and comes to the front. Besides, we forget who we are. We utter words that are halting and poorly enunciated. The glance is unsteady. The step falters, the head is dizzy. The very ceiling moves about as if a cyclone were whirling the whole house. And the stomach suffers torture when the wine generates gas and causes our very bowels to swell. However, at the time, these troubles can be endured so long as the man retains his natural strength. But what can he do when sleep impairs his powers, and when that which was drunkenness becomes indigestion? Think of the calamities caused by drunkenness in a nation. This evil has betrayed to their enemies the most spirited and warlike races. This evil has made breaches in walls defended by the stubborn warfare of many years. This evil has forced under alien sway peoples who were utterly unyielding and defiant of the yoke. This evil has conquered by the wine cup those who in the field were invincible. Alexander, whom I have just mentioned, passed through his many marches, his many battles, his many winter campaigns, through which he worked his way by overcoming disadvantages of time or place, the many rivers which flowed from unknown sources, and the many seas, all in safety. It was intemperance in drinking that laid him low, and the famous death-dealing bowl of Hercules. What glory is there in carrying much liquor? When you have won the prize, and the other banqueters, sprawling asleep or vomiting, have declined your challenge to still other toasts. When you are the last survivor of the revels, when you have vanquished everyone by your magnificent show of prowess, and there is no man who has proved himself of so great capacity as you. You are vanquished by the cask. Mark Antony was a great man, a man of distinguished ability. But what ruined him and drove him into foreign habits and un-Roman vices, if it was not drunkenness, and, no less potent than wine, love of Cleopatra? This it was that made him an enemy of the state. This it was that rendered him no match for his enemies. This it was that made him cruel, when as he sat at table the heads of the leaders of the state were brought in, when amid the most elaborate feasts and royal luxury he would identify the faces and hands of men whom he had proscribed, when, though heavy with wine, he yet thirsted for blood. It was intolerable that he was getting drunk while he did such things. How much more intolerable that he did these things while actually drunk. Cruelty usually follows wine-bibbing, for a man's soundness of mind is corrupted and made savage, just as a lingering illness makes men querulous and irritable and drives them wild at the least crossing of their desires. So continued bouts of drunkenness bestialize the soul. For when people are often beside themselves, the habit of madness lasts on, and the vices which liquor generated retain their power even when the liquor is gone. Therefore, You should state why the wise man ought not to get drunk. Explain by facts, and not by mere words, the hideousness of the thing, and its haunting evils. Do that which is easiest of all, namely, demonstrate that what men call pleasures are punishments as soon as they have exceeded due bounds. For if you try to prove that the wise man can souse himself with much wine, and yet keep his course straight, even though he be in his cups, you may go on to infer by syllogisms that he will not die if he swallows poison, that he will not sleep if he takes a sleeping potion, that he will not vomit and reject the matter which clogs his stomach when you give him hellebore. But when a man's feet totter, and his tongue is unsteady, what reason have you for believing that he is half sober and half drunk? Farewell. End of letter 83, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 84 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On gathering ideas. The journeys to which you refer, journeys that shake the laziness out of my system, I hold to be profitable both for my health and for my studies. You see why they benefit my health. Since my passion for literature makes me lazy and careless about my body, I can take exercise by deputy. As for my studies, I shall show you why my journeys help them, for I have not stopped my reading in the slightest degree, and reading, I hold, is indispensable, primary, to keep me from being satisfied with myself alone, and besides, after I have learned what others have found out by their studies, to enable me to pass judgment on their discoveries, and reflect upon discoveries that remain to be made. Reading nourishes the mind and refreshes it when it is wearied with study. Nevertheless, this refreshment is not obtained without study. We ought not to confine ourselves either to reading or to writing. The one, continuous writing, will cast a gloom over our strength and exhaust it. The other will make our strength flabby and watery. It is better to have recourse to them alternately, and to blend one with the other, so that the fruits of one's reading may be reduced to concrete form by the pen. We should follow, men say, the example of the bees, who flit about and cull the flowers that are suitable for producing honey, and then arrange and assort in their cells all that they have brought in. These bees, as our Virgil says, pack close the flowing honey, and swell their cells with nectar sweet. It is not certain whether the juice which they obtain from the flowers forms at once into honey, or whether they change that which they have gathered into this delicious object by blending something therewith, and by a certain property of their breath. For some authorities believe that bees do not possess the art of making honey, but only of gathering it, and they say that in India honey has been found on the leaves of certain reeds, produced by a dew peculiar to that climate, or by the juice of the reed itself, which has an unusual sweetness and richness. And in our own grasses, too, they say, the same quality exists, although less clear and less evident, and a creature born to fulfill such a function could hunt it out and collect it. Certain others maintain that the materials which the bees have culled from the most delicate of blooming and flowering plants is transformed into this peculiar substance by a process of preserving and careful storing away, aided by what might be called fermentation, whereby separate elements are united into one substance. But I must not be led astray into another subject than that which we are discussing. We also, I say, ought to copy these bees and sift whatever we have gathered from a varied course of reading, for such things are better preserved if they are kept separate. Then, by applying the supervising care with which our nature has endowed us, in other words, our natural gifts, we should so blend those several flavors into one delicious compound, that even though it betrays its origin, yet it nevertheless is clearly a different thing from that whence it came. This is what we see nature doing in our own bodies, without any labor on our part. The food we have eaten, as long as it retains its original quality and floats in our stomachs as an undiluted mass, is a burden. But it passes into tissue and blood only when it has been changed from its original form. So it is with the food which nourishes our higher nature. We should see to it that whatever we have absorbed should not be allowed to remain unchanged, or it will be no part of us. We must digest it. Otherwise it will merely enter the memory and not the reasoning power. Let us loyally welcome such foods and make them our own, so that something that is one may be formed out of many elements, just as one number is formed of several elements whenever, by our reckoning, lesser sums, each different from the others, are brought together. This is what our mind should do. It should hide away all the materials by which it has been aided, and bring to light only what it has made of them. Even if there shall appear in you a likeness to him who, by reason of your admiration, has left a deep impress upon you, I would have you resemble him as a child resembles his father, and not as a picture resembles its original, for a picture is a lifeless thing. What, you say? Will it not be seen whose style you are imitating, whose method of reasoning, whose pungent sayings? I think that sometimes it is impossible for it to be seen who is being imitated, if the copy is a true one. For a true copy stamps its own form upon all the features which it has drawn from what we may call the original, in such a way that they are combined into a unity. Do you not see how many voices there are in a chorus? Yet out of the many only one voice results. In that chorus, one voice takes the tenor, another the bass, another the baritone. There are women, too, as well as men, and the flute is mingled with them. In that chorus the voices of the individual singers are hidden. What we hear is the voices of all together. To be sure, I am referring to the chorus which the old-time philosophers knew. In our present-day exhibitions we have a larger number of singers than there used to be spectators in the theatres of old. All the aisles are filled with rows of singers, brass instruments surround the auditorium, the stage resounds with flutes and instruments of every description, and yet from the discordant sounds a harmony is produced. I would have my mind of such a quality as this. It should be equipped with many arts, many precepts, and patterns of conduct taken from many epochs of history, but all should blend harmoniously into one. How, you ask, can this be accomplished? By constant effort, and by doing nothing without the approval of reason. And if you are willing to hear her voice, she will say to you, abandon those pursuits which heretofore have caused you to run hither and thither. Abandon riches, which are either a danger or a burden to the possessor. Abandon the pleasures of the body and of the mind. They only soften and weaken you. Abandon your quest for office. It is a swollen, idle, and empty thing, a thing that has no goal, as anxious to see no one outstrip it as to see no one at its heels. It is afflicted with envy, and in truth with a twofold envy. And you see how wretched a man's plight is, if he who is the object of envy feels envy also. Do you behold yonder homes of the great? Yonder thresholds uproarious with the brawling of those who would pay their respects? They have many an insult for you as you enter the door, and still more after you have entered. Pass by the steps that mount to rich men's houses, and the porches rendered hazardous by the huge throng, for there you will be standing not merely on the edge of a precipice, but also on slippery ground. Instead of this, direct your course hither to wisdom, and seek her ways, which are ways of surpassing peace and plenty. Whatever seems conspicuous in the affairs of men, however petty it may really be and prominent only by contrast with the lowest objects, is nevertheless approached by a difficult and toilsome pathway. It is a rough road that leads to the heights of greatness, but if you desire to scale this peak, which lies far above the range of fortune, you will indeed look down from above upon all that men regard as most lofty, but none the less you can proceed to the top over level ground. Farewell. End of letter 84, Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 85 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On some vain syllogisms. I had been inclined to spare you, and had omitted any knotty problems that still remained undiscussed. I was satisfied to give you a sort of taste of the views held by the men of our school, who desire to prove that virtue is of itself sufficiently capable of rounding out the happy life. But now you bid me include the entire bulk either of our own syllogisms, or of those which have been devised by other schools for the purpose of belittling us. If I shall be willing to do this, the result will be a book instead of a letter, and I declare again and again that I take no pleasure in such proofs. I am ashamed to enter the arena, and undertake battle on behalf of gods and men armed only with an awl. He that possesses prudence is also self-restrained. He that possesses self-restraint is also unwavering. He that is unwavering is unperturbed. He that is unperturbed is free from sadness. He that is free from sadness is happy. Therefore the prudent man is happy, and prudence is sufficient to constitute the happy life. Certain of the Peripatetics reply to this syllogism by interpreting unperturbed, unwavering, and free from sadness in such a way as to make unperturbed mean one who is rarely perturbed and only to a moderate degree, and not one who is never perturbed. Likewise, they say that a person is called free from sadness, who is not subject to sadness, one who falls into this objectionable state not often, nor in too great a degree. It is not, they say, the way of human nature that a man's spirit should be exempt from sadness, or that the wise man is not overcome by grief but is merely touched by it, and other arguments of this sort, all in accordance with the teachings of their school. They do not abolish the passions in this way. They only moderate them. But how petty is the superiority which we attribute to the wise man! If he is merely braver than the most craven, happier than the most dejected, more self-controlled than the most unbridled, and greater than the lowliest. Would Ladas boast his swiftness in running by comparing himself with the halt and the weak? For she could skim the topmost blades of corn, and touch them not, nor bruise the tender ears, or travel over seas well poised above the swollen floods, nor dip her flying feet in ocean's waters. This is speed, estimated by its own standard, not the kind which wins praise by comparison with that which is slowest. Would you call a man well who has a light case of fever? No, for good health does not mean moderate illness. They say, the wise man is called unperturbed in the sense in which pomegranates are called mellow. Not that there is no hardness at all in their seeds, but that the hardness is less than it was before. That view is wrong, for I am not referring to the gradual weeding out of evils in a good man, but to the complete absence of evils. There should be in him no evils at all, not even any small ones. For if there are any, they will grow, and as they grow will hamper him. Just as a large and complete cataract wholly blinds the eye, so a medium-sized cataract dulls their vision. If by your definition the wise man has any passions whatever, his reason will be no match for them, and will be carried swiftly along as it were on a rushing stream, particularly if you assign to him not one passion with which he must wrestle, but all the passions. And a throng of such, even though they be moderate, can affect him more than the violence of one powerful passion. He has a craving for money, although in a moderate degree. He has ambition, but it is not yet fully aroused. He has a hot temper, but it can be appeased. He has inconstancy, but not the kind that is very capricious or easily set in motion. He has lust, but not the violent kind. We could deal better with a person who possessed one full-fledged vice than with one who possessed all the vices, but none of them in extreme form. Again, it makes no difference how great the passion is. No matter what its size may be, it knows no obedience, and does not welcome advice. Just as no animal, whether wild or tamed and gentle, obeys reason, since nature made it deaf to advice, so the passions do not follow or listen, however slight they are. Tigers and lions never put off their wildness. They sometimes moderate it, and then, when you are least prepared, their softened fierceness is roused to madness. Vices are never genuinely tamed. Again, if reason prevails, the passions will not even get a start. But if they get under way against the will of reason, they will maintain themselves against the will of reason, for it is easier to stop them in the beginning than to control them when they gather force. This halfway ground is accordingly misleading and useless. It is to be regarded just as the declaration that we ought to be moderately insane, or moderately ill. Virtue alone possesses moderation. The evils that afflict the mind do not admit of moderation. You can more easily remove than control them. Can one doubt that the vices of the human mind, when they have become chronic and callous, diseases we call them, are beyond control as, for example, greed, cruelty, and wantonness? Therefore, the passions also are beyond control, for it is from the passions that we pass over to the vices. Again, if you grant any privileges to sadness, fear, desire, and all the other wrong impulses, they will cease to lie within our jurisdiction. And why? Simply because the means of arousing them lie outside our own power. They will accordingly increase in proportion as the causes by which they are stirred up are greater or less. Fear will grow to greater proportions if that which causes the terror is seen to be of greater magnitude or in closer proximity, and desire will grow keener in proportion as the hope of a greater gain has summoned it to action. If the existence of the passions is not in our control, neither is the extent of their power. For if you once permit them to get a start, they will increase along with their causes, and they will be of whatever extent they shall grow to be. Moreover, no matter how small these vices are, they grow greater. That which is harmful never keeps within bounds. No matter how trifling diseases are at the beginning, they creep on apace, and sometimes the slightest augmentation of disease lays low the enfeebled body. But what folly it is, when the beginnings of certain things are situated outside our control, to believe that their endings are within our control. How have I the power to bring something to a close, when I have not had the power to check it at the beginning? For it is easier to keep a thing out than to keep it under after you have let it in. Some men have made a distinction as follows, saying, if a man has self-control and wisdom, he is indeed at peace as regards the attitude and habit of his mind, but not as regards the outcome. For, as far as his habit of mind is concerned, he is not perturbed, or saddened, or afraid, but there are many extraneous causes which strike him and bring perturbation upon him. What they mean to say is this: so-and-so is indeed not a man of an angry disposition, but still he sometimes gives way to anger. And he is not indeed inclined to fear, but still he sometimes experiences fear. In other words, he is free from the fault, but is not free from the passion of fear. If, however, fear is once given an entrance, it will by frequent use pass over into a vice, and anger, once admitted into the mind, will alter the earlier habit of a mind that was formerly free from anger. Besides, if the wise man, instead of despising all causes that come from without, ever fears anything, When the time arrives for him to go bravely to meet the spear or the flames, on behalf of his country, his laws, and his liberty, he will go forth reluctantly and with flagging spirit. Such inconsistency of mind, however, does not suit the character of a wise man. Then again, we should see to it that two principles which ought to be tested separately should not be confused. For the conclusion is reached independently, that alone is good which is honorable, and again independently, the conclusion that virtue is sufficient for the happy life. If that alone is good which is honorable, everyone agrees that virtue is sufficient for the purpose of living happily. But on the contrary, if virtue alone makes men happy, it will not be conceded that alone is good which is honorable. Xenocrates and Scipio hold that a man can become happy even by virtue alone, not, however, that which is honorable is the only good. Epicurus also decides that one who possesses virtue is happy, but that virtue of itself is not sufficient for the happy life, because the pleasure that results from virtue and not virtue itself makes one happy. This is a futile distinction, for the same philosopher declares that virtue never exists without pleasure, and therefore, if virtue is always connected with pleasure, and always inseparable therefrom, virtue is of itself sufficient. For virtue keeps pleasure in its company, and does not exist without it, even when alone. But it is absurd to say that a man will be happy by virtue alone, and yet not absolutely happy. I cannot discover how that may be, since the happy life contains in itself a good that is perfect, and cannot be excelled. If a man has this good, life is completely happy. Now, if the life of the gods contains nothing greater or better, and the happy life is divine, then there is no further height to which a man can be raised. Also, if the happy life is in want of nothing, then every happy life is perfect. It is happy and at the same time most happy. Have you any doubt that the happy life is the supreme good? Accordingly, if it possesses the supreme good, it is supremely happy, just as a supreme good does not admit of increase, for what will be superior to that which is supreme? Exactly so the happy life cannot be increased either, for it is not without the supreme good. If, then, you bring in one man who is happier than another, you will also bring in one who is much happier. You will then be making countless distinctions in the supreme good, although I understand the supreme good to be that good which admits of no degree above itself. If one person is less happy than another, it follows that he eagerly desires the life of that other and happier man in preference to his own. But the happy man prefers no other man's life to his own. Either of these two things is incredible, that there should be anything left for a happy man to wish for in preference to what is, or that he should not prefer the thing which is better than what he already has. For certainly, the more prudent he is, the more he will strive after the best, and he will desire to attain it by every possible means. But how can one be happy who is still able, or rather who is still bound, to crave something else? I will tell you what is the source of this error. Men do not understand that the happy life is a unit, for it is its essence, and not its extent, that establishes such a life on the noblest plane. Hence, there is complete equality between the life that is long and the life that is short, between that which is spread out and that which is confined, between that whose influence is felt in many places and in many directions, and that which is restricted to one interest. Those who reckon life by number or by measure or by parts rob it of its distinctive quality. Now, in the happy life, what is the distinctive quality? It is its fullness. Satiety, I think, is the limit to our eating or drinking. A eats more and B eats less, What difference does it make? Each is now sated, or A drinks more and B drinks less. What difference does it make? Each is no longer thirsty. Again, A lives for many years and B for fewer. No matter if only A's many years have brought as much happiness as B's few years. He whom you maintain to be less happy is not happy. The word admits of no diminution. He who is brave is fearless. He who is fearless is free from sadness. He who is free from sadness is happy. It is our own school which has framed this syllogism. They attempt to refute it by this answer, namely, that we Stoics are assuming as admitted a premise which is false and distinctly controverted. That the brave man is fearless. What, they say, will the brave man have no fear of evils that threaten him? That would be the condition of a madman, a lunatic, rather than a brave man. The brave man will, it is true, feel fear in only a very slight degree, but he is not absolutely free from fear. Now those who assert this are doubling back to their old argument, and that they regard vices of less degree as equivalent to virtues. For indeed the man who does feel fear, though he feels it rather seldom and to a slight degree, is not free from wickedness, but is merely troubled by it in a milder form. Not so, is the reply, for I hold that a man is mad if he does not fear evils which hang over his head. What you say is perfectly true, if the thing which threatens are really evils. But if he knows that they are not evils, and believes that the only evil is baseness, he will be bound to face dangers without anxiety, and to despise things which other men cannot help fearing. Or, if it is the characteristic of a fool and a madman not to fear evils, then the wiser a man is, the more he will fear such things. It is the doctrine of you Stoics, then, they reply, that a brave man will expose himself to dangers. By no means. He will merely not fear them, though he will avoid them. It is proper for him to be careful, but not to be fearful. What, then? Is he not to fear death, imprisonment, burning, and all the other missiles of fortune? Not at all. For he knows that they are not evils, but only seem to be. He reckons all these things as the bugbears of man's existence. Paint him a picture of slavery, lashes, chains, want, mutilation by disease or by torture, or anything else you may care to mention. He will count all such things as terrors caused by the derangement of the mind. These things are only to be feared by those who are fearful. Or, do you regard as an evil that to which some day we may be compelled to resort of our own free will? What, then, you ask, is an evil? It is the yielding to those things which are called evils. It is the surrendering of one's liberty into their control, when really we ought to suffer all things in order to preserve this liberty. Liberty is lost unless we despise those things which put the yoke upon our necks. If men knew what bravery was, they would have no doubts as to what a brave man's conduct should be. For bravery is not thoughtless rashness, or love of danger, or the courting of fear-inspiring objects. It is the knowledge which enables us to distinguish between that which is evil and that which is not. Bravery takes the greatest care of itself, and likewise endures with the greatest patience all things which have a false appearance of being evils. What, then, is the query, if the sword is brandished over your brave man's neck, if he is pierced in this place and in that continually, if he sees his entrails in his lap, if he is tortured again after being kept waiting in order that he may thus feel the torture more keenly, and if the blood flows afresh out of bowels where it has but lately ceased to flow, has he no fear? Shall you say that he has felt no pain either? Yes, he has felt pain, for no human virtue can rid itself of feelings. But he has no fear, Unconquered, he looks down from a lofty height upon his sufferings. Do you ask me what spirit animates him in these circumstances? It is the spirit of one who is comforting a sick friend. That which is evil does harm. That which does harm makes a man worse. But pain and poverty do not make a man worse. Therefore they are not evils. Your proposition, says the objector, is wrong. For what harms one does not necessarily make one worse. The storm and the squall work harm to the pilot, but they do not make a worse pilot of him for all that. Certain, of the Stoic school, replied to this argument as follows. The pilot becomes a worse pilot because of storms or squalls, inasmuch as he cannot carry out his purpose and hold to his course. As far as his art is concerned, he becomes no worse a pilot, but in his work he does become worse. To this the Peripatetics retort, Therefore poverty will make even the wise man worse, and so will pain, and so will anything else of that sort. For although those things will not rob him of his virtue, yet they will hinder the work of virtue. This would be a correct statement, were it not for the fact that the pilot and the wise man are two different kinds of person. The wise man's purpose in conducting his life is not to accomplish at all hazards what he tries, but to do all things rightly. The pilot's purpose, however, is to bring his ship into port at all hazards. The arts are handmaids. They must accomplish what they promise to do. But wisdom is mistress and ruler. The arts render a slave's service to life. Wisdom issues the commands. For myself, I maintain that a different answer should be given, that the pilot's art is never made worse by the storm, nor the application of his art either. The pilot has promised you not a prosperous voyage, but a serviceable performance of his task. That is, an expert knowledge of steering a ship. And the more he is hampered by the stress of fortune, so much the more does his knowledge become apparent. He who has been able to say, Neptune, you shall never sink this ship except on an even keel, has fulfilled the requirements of his art. The storm does not interfere with the pilot's work, but only with his success. What then? You say. Is not a pilot harmed by any circumstance which does not permit him to make port, frustrates all his efforts, and either carries him out to sea, or holds the ship in irons, or strips her masts? No, it does not harm him as a pilot, but only as a voyager. Otherwise he is no pilot. It is indeed so far from hindering the pilot's art, that it even exhibits the art. For anyone, in the words of the proverb, is a pilot on a calm sea. These mishaps obstruct the voyage, but not the steersman qua steersman. A pilot has a double role, one he shares with all his fellow passengers, for he also is a passenger. The other is peculiar to him, for he is the pilot. The storm harms him as a passenger, but not as a pilot. Again, the pilot's art is another's good. It concerns his passengers just as a physician's art concerns his patients. But the wise man's good is a common good. It belongs both to those in whose company he lives and to himself also. Hence our pilot may perhaps be harmed, since his services, which have been promised to others, are hindered by the storm. But the wise man is not harmed by poverty, or by pain, or by any other of life's storms. For all his functions are not checked, but only those which pertain to others. He himself is always in action, and is greatest in performance at the very time when fortune has blocked his way. For then he is actually engaged in the business of wisdom. And this wisdom I have declared already to be both the good of others and also his own. Besides, he is not prevented from helping others, even at the time when constraining circumstances press him down. Because of his poverty, he is prevented from showing how the state should be handled. But he teaches, none the less, how poverty should be handled. His work goes on throughout his whole life. Thus, no fortune, no external circumstance can shut off the wise man from action. For the very thing which engages his attention prevents him from attending to other things. He is ready for either outcome. If it brings goods, he controls them. If evils, he conquers them. So thoroughly, I mean, has he schooled himself that he makes manifest his virtue in prosperity as well as in adversity, and keeps his eyes on virtue itself, not on the objects with which virtue deals. Hence, neither poverty, nor pain, nor anything else that deflects the inexperienced and drives them headlong, restrains him from his course. Do you suppose that he is weighed down by evils? He makes use of them. It was not of ivory only that Phidias knew how to make statues. He also made statues of bronze. If you had given him marble or a still meaner material, he would have made of it the best statue that the material would permit. So the wise man will develop virtue if he may, in the midst of wealth, or if not, in poverty. If possible in his own country, if not in exile. If possible as a commander, if not as a common soldier. If possible in sound health, if not, enfeebled. Whatever fortune he finds, he will accomplish therefrom something noteworthy. Animal tamers are unerring. They take the most savage animals, which may well terrify those who encounter them, and subdue them to the will of man. Not content with having driven out their ferocity, they even tame them so that they dwell in the same abode. A trainer puts his hand into the lion's mouth. The tiger is kissed by his keeper. The tiny Ethiopian orders the elephant to sink down on its knees or to walk the rope. Similarly, the wise man is a skilled hand at taming evils. Pain, want, disgrace, imprisonment, exile. These are universally to be feared. But when they encounter the wise man, they are tamed. Farewell. End of Letter 85. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 86 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On Scipio's Villa. I am resting at the country house which once belonged to Scipio Africanus himself, and I write to you after doing reverence to his spirit and to an altar which I am inclined to think is the tomb of that great warrior. That his soul has indeed returned to the skies whence it came, I am convinced. Not because he commanded mighty armies, for Cambyses also had mighty armies, and Cambyses was a madman, who made successful use of his madness, but because he showed moderation and a sense of duty to a marvelous extent. I regard this trait in him as more admirable after his withdrawal from his native land than while he was defending her, for there was the alternative. Scipio should remain in Rome, or Rome should remain free. "It is my wish," said he, "not to infringe in the least upon our laws or upon our customs. Let all Roman citizens have equal rights. O my country, make the most of the good that I have done, but without me. I have been the cause of your freedom, and I shall also be its proof. I go into exile, if it is true that I have grown beyond what is to your advantage." What can I do but admire this magnanimity, which led him to withdraw into voluntary exile and to relieve the state of its burden? Matters had gone so far that either liberty must work harm to Scipio, or Scipio to liberty. Either of these things was wrong in the sight of heaven, so he gave way to the laws and withdrew to Liternum, thinking to make the state a debtor for his own exile no less than for the exile of Hannibal. I have inspected the house, which is constructed of hewn stone, the wall which encloses a forest, the towers also, buttressed out on both sides for the purpose of defending the house, the well, concealed among buildings and shrubbery, large enough to keep a whole army supplied, and the small bath, buried in darkness according to the old style, for our ancestors did not think that one could have a hot bath except in darkness. It was therefore a great pleasure to me to contrast Scipio's way with our own. Think, in this tiny recess, the terror of Carthage, to whom Rome should offer thanks because she was not captured more than once, used to bathe a body wearied with work in the fields. For he was accustomed to keep himself busy, and to cultivate the soil with his own hands, as the good old Romans were wont to do. Beneath this dingy roof he stood, and this floor, mean as it is, bore his weight. But who in these days could bear to bathe in such a fashion? We think ourselves poor and mean, if our walls are not resplendent with large and costly mirrors, if our marbles from Alexandria are not set off by mosaics of Numidian stone, if their borders are not faced over on all sides with difficult patterns, arranged in many colors like paintings, if our vaulted ceilings are not buried in glass, if our swimming pools are not lined with Thasian marble, once a rare and wonderful sight in any temple, pools into which we let down our bodies after they have been drained weak by abundant perspiration, and finally, if the water is not poured from silver spigots. I have so far been speaking of the ordinary bathing establishments. What shall I say when I come to those of the freedmen? What a vast number of statues, of columns that support nothing, but are built for decoration merely in order to spend money. And what masses of water that fall crashing from level to level. We have become so luxurious that we will have nothing but precious stones to walk upon. In this bath of Scipio's there are tiny chinks. You cannot call them windows, cut out of the stone wall in such a way as to admit light without weakening the fortifications. Nowadays, however, people regard baths as fit only for moths if they have not been so arranged that they receive the sun all day long through the widest of windows, if men cannot bathe and get a coat of tan at the same time, and if they cannot look out from their bathtubs over stretches of land and sea. So it goes. The establishments which have drawn crowds and had won admiration when they were first opened are avoided and put back in the category of venerable antiques as soon as luxury has worked out some new device to her own ultimate undoing. In the early days, however, there were few baths, and they were not fitted out with any display. For why should men elaborately fit out that which costs a penny only, and was invented for use, not merely for delight? The bathers of those days did not have water poured over them, nor did it always run fresh as if from a hot spring, and they did not believe that it mattered at all how perfectly pure was the water into which they were to leave their dirt. Ye gods, what a pleasure it is to enter that dark bath, covered with a common sort of roof, knowing that therein your hero Cato, Asedile, or Fabius Maximus, or one of the Cornelii, has warmed the water with his own hands. For this also used to be the duty of the noblest aediles, to enter these places to which the populace resorted, and to demand that they be cleaned and warmed to a heat required by considerations of youth and health, not the heat that men have recently made fashionable, as great as a conflagration. So much so, indeed, that a slave condemned for some criminal offense now ought to be bathed alive. It seems to me that nowadays there is no difference between the bath is on fire and the bath is warm. How some persons nowadays condemn Scipio as a bore because he did not let daylight into his perspiring room through wide windows, or because he did not roast in the strong sunlight and dawdle about until he could stew in the hot water. Poor fool, they say. He did not know how to live. He did not bathe in filtered water. It was often turbid, and after heavy rains almost muddy. But it did not matter much to Scipio if he had to bathe in that way. He went there to wash off sweat, not ointment. And how do you suppose certain persons will answer me? They will say, I don't envy Scipio. That was truly an exile's life, to put up with baths like those. Friend, if you were wiser, you would know that Scipio did not bathe every day. It is stated by those who have reported to us the old-time ways of Rome, that the Romans washed only their arms and legs daily, because those were the members which gathered dirt in their daily toil, and bathed all over only once a week. Here someone will retort, "Yes, pretty dirty fellows they evidently were. How they must have smelled!" But they smelled of the camp, the farm, and heroism. Now that spick-and-span bathing establishments have been devised, men are really fouler than of yore. What says Horatius Flaccus, when he wishes to describe a scoundrel, one who is notorious for his extreme luxury? He says, "Bucculus smells of perfume." Show me a Bucculus in these days. His smell would be the veritable goat smell. He would take the place of the Gorgonius with whom Horace in the same passage contrasted him. It is nowadays not enough to use ointment, unless you put on a fresh coat 2 or 3 times a day, to keep it from evaporating on the body. But why should a man boast of this perfume as if it were his own? If what I am saying shall seem to you too pessimistic, charge it up against Scipio's country house, where I have learned a lesson from Aegialus, a most careful householder, and now the owner of this estate. He taught me that a tree can be transplanted no matter how far gone in years. We old men must learn this precept, for there is none of us who is not planting an olive yard for his successor. I have seen them bearing fruit in due season after 3 or 4 years of unproductiveness. And you, too, shall be shaded by the tree which is slow to grow but bringeth shade to cheer your grandsons in the far-off years, as our poet Virgil says. Virgil sought, however, not what was nearest to the truth, but what was most appropriate, and aimed not to teach the farmer, but to please the reader. For example, omitting all other errors of his, I will quote the passage in which it was incumbent upon me today to detect a fault. "In spring sow beans, then too, O clover plant, thou'rt welcomed by the crumbling furrows, and the millet calls for yearly care." You may judge by the following incident whether those plants should be set out at the same time, or whether both should be sowed in the spring. It is June at the present writing, and we are well on towards July, and I have seen on this very day farmers harvesting beans and sowing millet. But to return to our olive yard again, I saw it planted in 2 ways. If the trees were large, Aegialus took their trunks and cut off the branches to the length of 1 foot each. He then transplanted along with the ball, after cutting off the roots, leaving only the thick part from which the roots hang. He smeared this with manure, and inserted it in the hole, not only heaping up the earth about it, but stamping and pressing it down. There is nothing, he says, more effective than this packing process. In other words, it keeps out the cold and the wind. Besides, the trunk is not shaken too much, and for this reason the packing makes it possible for the young roots to come out and get a hold in the soil. These are of necessity still soft. They have but a slight hold, and a very little shaking uproots them. This ball, moreover, Aegialus lops clean before he covers it up, for he maintains that the new roots spring from all the parts which have been shorn. Moreover, the trunk itself should not stand more than 3 or 4 feet out of the ground, for there will thus be at once a thick growth from the bottom, nor will there be a large stump all dry and withered, as is the case with old olive yards. The second way of setting them out was the following. He set out in similar fashion branches that were strong and of soft bark, as those of young saplings are wont to be. These grow a little more slowly, but since they spring from what is practically a cutting, there is no roughness or ugliness in them. This, too, I have seen recently, an aged vine transplanted from its own plantation. In this case, the fibers also should be gathered together if possible, and then you should cover up the vine stem more generously, so that roots may spring up even from the stock. I have seen such plantings made not only in February, but at the very end of March. The plants take hold of and embrace alien elms. But all trees, he declares, which are, so to speak, thick-stemmed, should be assisted with tank water. If we have this help, we are our own rainmakers. I do not intend to tell you any more of these precepts, lest, as Aegialus did with me, I may be training you up to be my competitor. Farewell. End of letter 86. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 87 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca. Translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Some arguments in favor of the simple life. I was shipwrecked before I got aboard. I shall not add how that happened, lest you may reckon this also as another of the Stoic paradoxes. And yet I shall, whenever you are willing to listen, nay, even though you be unwilling, prove to you that these words are by no means untrue, nor so surprising as one at first sight would think. Meantime, the journey showed me this, how much we possess that is superfluous, and how easily we can make up our minds to do away with things whose loss, whenever it is necessary to part with them, we do not feel. My friend Maximus and I have been spending a most happy period of 2 days, taking with us very few slaves, 1 carriage load, and no paraphernalia except what we wore on our persons. The mattress lies on the ground, and I upon the mattress. There are 2 rugs, 1 to spread beneath us and 1 to cover us. Nothing could have been subtracted from our luncheon. It took not more than an hour to prepare, and we were nowhere without dried figs, never without writing tablets. If I have bread, I use figs as a relish. If not, I regard figs as a substitute for bread. Hence they bring me a New Year feast every day, and I make the New Year happy and prosperous by good thoughts and greatness of soul. For the soul is never greater than when it has laid aside all extraneous things, and has secured peace for itself by fearing nothing, and riches by craving no riches. The vehicle in which I have taken my seat is a farmer's cart. Only by walking do the mules show that they are alive. The driver is barefoot, and not because it is summer either. I can scarcely force myself to wish that others shall think this cart mine. My false embarrassment about the truth still holds out, you see, and whenever we meet a more sumptuous party, I blush in spite of myself. Proof that this conduct which I approve and applaud has not yet gained a firm and steadfast dwelling place within me. He who blushes at riding in a rattle-trap will boast when he rides in style. So my progress is still insufficient. I have not yet the courage openly to acknowledge my thriftiness. Even yet, I am bothered by what other travelers think of me. But instead of this, I should really have uttered an opinion counter to that in which mankind believe, saying, "You are mad, you are misled, your admiration devotes itself to superfluous things. You estimate no man at his real worth. When property is concerned, you reckon up in this way, with most scrupulous calculation, those to whom you shall lend either money or benefits. For by now you enter benefits also as payments in your ledger. You say, his estates are wide, but his debts are large. He has a fine house, but he has built it on borrowed capital. No man will display a more brilliant retinue on short notice, but he cannot meet his debts. If he pays off his creditors, he will have nothing left. So you will feel bound to do in all other cases as well, to find out by elimination the amount of every man's actual possessions. I suppose you call a man rich just because his gold plate goes with him even on his travels, because he farms land in all the provinces, because he unrolls a large account book, because he owns estates near the city so great that men would grudge his holding them in the wastelands of Apulia. But after you have mentioned all these facts, he is poor. And why? He is in debt. To what extent, you ask? For all that he has. Or perchance you think it matters whether one is borrowed from another man or from fortune. What good is there in mules caparisoned in uniform livery, or in decorated chariots, and steeds decked with purple and with tapestry, with golden harness hanging from their necks, champing their yellow bits all clothed in gold? Neither master nor mule is improved by such trappings. Marcus Cato the censor, whose existence helped the state as much as did Scipio's, for while Scipio fought against our enemies, Cato fought against our bad morals, used to ride a donkey, and a donkey at that, which carried saddlebags containing the master's necessaries. Oh, how I should love to see him meet today on the road one of our coxcombs, with his outriders and Numidians, and a great cloud of dust before him. Your dandy would no doubt seem refined and well attended in comparison with Marcus Cato. Your dandy, who, in the midst of all his luxurious paraphernalia, is chiefly concerned whether to turn his hand to the sword or to the hunting knife. Oh, what a glory to the times in which he lived, for a general who had celebrated a triumph, a censor, and what is most noteworthy of all, a Cato, to be content with a single nag, and with less than a whole nag at that, for part of the animal was preempted by the baggage that hung down on either flank. Would you not, therefore, prefer Cato's steed, that single steed, saddle-worn by Cato himself, to the coxcomb's whole retinue of plump ponies, Spanish cobs, and trotters? I see that there will be no end in dealing with such a theme, unless I make an end myself. So, I shall now become silent, at least with reference to superfluous things like these. Doubtless, the man who first called them hindrances had a prophetic inkling that they would be the very sort of thing they now are. At present, I should like to deliver to you the Syllogisms, as yet very few, belonging to our school and bearing upon the question of virtue, which in our opinion is sufficient for the happy life. That which is good makes men good. For example, that which is good in the art of music makes the musician, but chance events do not make a good man. Therefore chance events are not goods. The Peripatetics reply to this by saying that the premise is false, that men do not in every case become good by means of that which is good, that in music there is something good, like a flute, a harp, or an organ suited to accompany singing, but that none of these instruments makes the musician. We shall then reply, you do not understand in what sense we have used the phrase, that which is good in music, for we do not mean that which equips the musician, but that which makes the musician. You, however, are referring to the instruments of the art and not to the art itself. If, however, anything in the art of music is good, that will in every case make the musician. And I should like to put this idea still more clearly. We define the good in the art of music in two ways. First, that by which the performance of the musician is assisted, and second, that by which his art is assisted. Now, the musical instruments have to do with his performance, such as flutes and organs and harps, but they do not have to do with the musician's art itself, for he is an artist, even without them. He may perhaps be lacking in the ability to practice his art, but the good in man is not in the same way twofold, for the good of man and the good of life are the same. That which can fall to the lot of any man, no matter how base or despised he may be, is not a good. But wealth falls to the lot of the pander and the trainer of gladiators, therefore wealth is not a good. Another wrong premise, they say, for we notice that goods fall to the lot of the very lowest sort of men, not only in the scholar's art, but also in the art of healing, or in the art of navigating. These arts, however, make no profession of greatness of soul. They do not rise to any heights, nor do they frown upon what fortune may bring. It is virtue that uplifts man and places him superior to what mortals hold dear. Virtue neither craves overmuch, nor fears to excess that which is called good or that which is called bad. Chelidon, one of Cleopatra's eunuchs, possessed great wealth, and recently Nautilus, a man whose tongue was as shameless as it was dirty, a man whose mouth used to perform the vilest offices, was the heir of many, and also made many his heirs. What then? Was it his money that made him unclean, or did he himself besmirch his money? Money tumbles into the hands of certain men, as a shilling tumbles down a sewer. Virtue stands above all such things. It is appraised in coin of its own minting, and it deems none of these random windfalls to be good. But medicine and navigation do not forbid themselves and their followers to marvel at such things. One who is not a good man can nevertheless be a physician, or a pilot, or a scholar. Yes, just as well as he can be a cook. He to whose lot it falls to possess something which is not of a random sort cannot be called a random sort of man. A person is of the same sort as that which he possesses. A strong box is worth just what it holds, or rather, it is a mere accessory of that which it holds. Whoever sets any price upon a full purse, except the price established by the count of the money deposited therein. This also applies to the owners of great estates. They are only accessories and incidentals to their possessions. Why, then, is the wise man great? Because he has a great soul. Accordingly, it is true that that which falls to the lot even of the most despicable person is not a good. Thus I should never regard inactivity as a good, for even the tree-frog and the flea possess this quality. Nor should I regard rest and freedom from trouble as a good, for what is more at leisure than a worm? Do you ask what it is that produces the wise man? That which produces a god? You must grant that the wise man has an element of godliness, heavenliness, grandeur. The good does not come to every one, nor does it allow any random person to possess it. Behold, what fruits each country bears or will not bear. Here corn and there the vine grow richlier, and elsewhere still the tender tree and grass, unbidden clothe themselves in green. Seest thou how Tmolus ships its saffron perfumes forth, and ivory comes from Ind? Soft Sheba sends its incense, and the unclad Chalybes their iron. These products are apportioned to separate countries, in order that human beings may be constrained to traffic among themselves, each seeking something from his neighbor in his turn. So the supreme good has also its own abode. It does not grow where ivory grows, or iron. Do you ask where the supreme good dwells? In the soul. And unless the soul be pure and holy, there is no room in it for God. Good does not result from evil, but riches result from greed. Therefore riches are not a good. It is not true, they say. That good does not result from evil, for money comes from sacrilege and theft. Accordingly, although sacrilege and theft are evil, yet they are evil only because they work more evil than good, for they bring gain, but the gain is accompanied by fear, anxiety, and torture of mind and body. Whoever says this must perforce admit that sacrilege, though it be an evil because it works much evil, is yet partly good because it accomplishes a certain amount of good. What can be more monstrous than this? We have, to be sure, actually convinced the world that sacrilege, theft, and adultery are to be regarded as among the goods. How many men there are who do not blush at theft? How many who boast at having committed adultery? For petty sacrilege is punished, but sacrilege on a grand scale is honored by a triumphal procession. Besides, sacrilege, if it is wholly good in some respect, will also be honorable and will be called right conduct, for it is conduct which concerns ourselves. But no human being, on serious consideration, admits this idea. Therefore, goods cannot spring from evil. For if, as you object, sacrilege is an evil for the single reason that it brings on much evil, if you but absolve sacrilege of its punishment and pledge it immunity, sacrilege will be wholly good. And yet the worst punishment for crime lies in the crime itself. You are mistaken, I maintain, if you propose to reserve your punishments for the hangman or the prison. The crime is punished immediately after it is committed, nay, rather, at the moment when it is committed. Hence, good does not spring from evil, any more than figs grow from olive trees. Things which grow correspond to their seed, and goods cannot depart from their class. As that which is honorable does not grow from that which is base, so neither does good grow from evil. For the honorable and the good are identical. Certain of our school oppose this statement as follows. Let us suppose that money taken from any source whatsoever is a good, even though it is taken by an act of sacrilege. The money does not on that account derive its origin from sacrilege. You may get my meaning through the following illustration. In the same jar there is a piece of gold and there is a serpent. If you take the gold from the jar, it is not just because the serpent is there too. I say that the jar yields me the gold, because it contains the serpent as well, but it yields the gold in spite of containing the serpent also. Similarly, gain results from sacrilege, not just because sacrilege is a base and accursed act, but because it contains gain also. As the serpent in the jar is an evil, and not the gold which lies there, beside the serpent, so in an act of sacrilege it is the crime, not the profit, that is evil. But I differ from these men, for the conditions in each case are not at all the same. In the one instance, I can take the gold without the serpent. In the other, I cannot make the profit without committing the sacrilege. The gain in the latter case does not lie side by side with the crime. It is blended with the crime. That which, while we are desiring to attain it, involves us in many evils is not a good. But while we are desiring to attain riches, we become involved in many evils. Therefore riches are not a good. Your first premise, they say, contains two meanings. One is, we become involved in many evils while we are desiring to attain riches, but we also become involved in many evils while we are desiring to attain virtue. One man, while traveling in order to prosecute his studies, suffers shipwreck, and another is taken captive. The second meaning is as follows, that through which we become involved in evils is not a good, and it will not logically follow from our proposition that we become involved in evils through riches or through pleasure. Otherwise, if it is through riches that we become involved in many evils, riches are not only not a good, but they are positively an evil. You, however, maintain merely that they are not a good. Moreover, the objector says, you grant that riches are of some use, you reckon them among the advantages, and yet on this basis they cannot even be an advantage, for it is through the pursuit of riches that we suffer much disadvantage. Certain men answer this objection as follows. You are mistaken if you ascribe disadvantages to riches. Riches injure no one. It is a man's own folly, or his neighbor's wickedness, that harms him in each case, just as a sword by itself does not slay. It is merely the weapon used by the slayer. Riches themselves do not harm you, just because it is on account of riches that you suffer harm. I think that the reasoning of Posidonius is better. He holds that riches are a cause of evil not because of themselves they do any evil, but because they goad men on so that they are ready to do evil. For the efficient cause, which necessarily produces harm at once, is one thing, and the antecedent cause is another. It is this antecedent cause which inheres in riches. They puff up the spirit and beget pride. They bring on unpopularity and unsettle the mind to such an extent that the mere reputation of having wealth, though it is bound to harm us, nevertheless affords delight. All goods, however, ought properly to be free from blame. They are pure, they do not corrupt the spirit, and they do not tempt us. They do indeed uplift and broaden the spirit, but without puffing it up. Those things which are goods produce confidence, but riches produce shamelessness. The things which are goods give us greatness of soul, but riches give us arrogance. And arrogance is nothing else than a false show of greatness. According to that argument, the objector says, riches are not only not a good, but are a positive evil. Now, they would be an evil if they did harm of themselves, and if, as I remarked, it were the efficient cause which inheres in them. In fact, however, it is the antecedent cause which inheres in riches, and indeed, it is that cause which, so far from merely arousing the spirit, actually drags it along by force. Yes, riches shower upon us a semblance of the good, which is like the reality and wins credence in the eyes of many men. The antecedent cause inheres in virtue also. It is this which brings on envy, for many men become unpopular because of their wisdom, and many men because of their justice. But this cause, though it inheres in virtue, is not the result of virtue itself, nor is it a mere semblance of the reality. Nay, on the contrary, far more like the reality is that vision which is flashed by virtue upon the spirits of men, summoning them to love it and marvel thereat. Posidonius thinks that the syllogism should be framed as follows: things which bestow upon the soul no greatness or confidence or freedom from care are not goods, but riches and health and similar conditions do none of these things. Therefore, riches and health are not goods. This syllogism he then goes on to extend still further in the following way: things which bestow upon the soul no greatness or confidence or freedom from care, but on the other hand create in it arrogance, vanity, and insolence, are evils. But things which are the gift of fortune drives us into these evil ways. Therefore these things are not goods. But, says the objector, by such reasoning, things which are the gift of fortune will not even be advantages. No, advantages and goods stand each in a different situation. An advantage is that which contains more of usefulness than of annoyance, but a good ought to be unmixed and with no element in it of harmfulness. A thing is not good if it contains more benefit than injury, but only if it contains nothing but benefit. Besides, advantages may be predicated of animals, of men who are less than perfect, and of fools. Hence the advantageous may have an element of disadvantage mingled with it, but the word advantageous is used of the compound, because it is judged by its predominant element. The good, however, can be predicated of the wise man alone. It is bound to be without alloy. Be of good cheer. There is only one knot left for you to untangle, though it is a knot for a Hercules. Good does not result from evil, but riches result from numerous cases of poverty. Therefore, riches are not a good. This syllogism is not recognized by our school, but the Peripatetics both concoct it and give its solution. Posidonius, however, remarks that this fallacy, which has been bandied about among all the schools of dialectic, is refuted by Antipater as follows. The word poverty is used to denote not the possession of something, but the non-possession, or, as the ancients have put it, deprivation. For the Greeks use the phrase by deprivation, meaning negatively. Poverty states not what a man has, but what he has not. Consequently, there can be no fullness resulting from a multitude of voids. Many positive things and not many deficiencies make up riches. You have, says he, a wrong notion of the meaning of what poverty is. For poverty does not mean the possession of little, but the non-possession of much. It is used, therefore, not of what a man has, but of what he lacks. I could express my meaning more easily if there were a Latin word which could translate the Greek word which means not possessing. Antipater assigns this quality to poverty, but for my part I cannot see what else poverty is than the possession of little. If ever we have plenty of leisure, we shall investigate the question, what is the essence of riches, and what the essence of poverty? But when the time comes, we shall also consider whether it is not better to try to mitigate poverty, and to relieve wealth of its arrogance, than to quibble about the words as if the question of the things were already decided. Let us suppose that we have been summoned to an assembly. An act dealing with the abolition of riches has been brought before the meeting. Shall we be supporting it, or opposing it, if we use these syllogisms? Will these syllogisms help us to bring it about that the Roman people shall demand poverty and praise it? Poverty, the foundation and cause of their empire. And, on the other hand, shall shrink in fear from their present wealth, reflecting that they have found it among the victims of their conquests, that wealth is the source from which office-seeking and bribery and disorder have burst into a city once characterized by the utmost scrupulousness and sobriety, and that because of wealth, an exhibition all too lavish is made of the spoils of conquered nations. Reflecting, finally, that whatever one people has snatched away from all the rest may still more easily be snatched by all away from one. Nay, it were better to support this law by our conduct, and to subdue our desires by direct assault, rather than to circumvent them by logic. If we can, let us speak more boldly. If not, let us speak more frankly. Farewell. End of Letter 87. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 88 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On Liberal and Vocational Studies. You have been wishing to know my views with regard to liberal studies. My answer is this. I respect no study and deem no study good which results in money-making. Such studies are profit-bringing occupations, useful only insofar as they give the mind a preparation, and do not engage it permanently. One should linger upon them only so long as the mind can occupy itself with nothing greater. They are our apprenticeship, not our real work. Hence you see why liberal studies are so called. It is because they are studies worthy of a free-born gentleman. But there is only one really liberal study, that which gives a man his liberty. It is the study of wisdom, and that is lofty, brave, and great-souled. All other studies are puny and puerile. You surely do not believe that there is good in any of the subjects whose teachers are, as you see, men of the most ignoble and base stamp. We ought not to be learning such things. We should have done with learning them. Certain persons have made up their minds that the point at issue with regard to the liberal studies is whether they make men good, but they do not even profess or aim at a knowledge of this particular subject. The scholar busies himself with investigations into language, and if it be his desire to go farther afield, he works on history, or if he would extend his range to the farthest limits, on poetry. But which of these paves the way to virtue? Pronouncing syllables, investigating words, memorizing plays, or making rules for the scansion of poetry? What is there in all this that rids one of fear, roots out desire, or bridles the passions? The question is, do such men teach virtue or not? If they do not teach it, then neither do they transmit it. If they do teach it, they are philosophers. Would you like to know how it happens that they have not taken the chair for the purpose of teaching virtue? See how unlike their subjects are, and yet their subjects would resemble each other if they taught the same thing. It may be, perhaps, that they make you believe that Homer was a philosopher, although they disprove this by the very arguments through which they seek to prove it. For sometimes they make of him a Stoic, who approves nothing but virtue, avoids pleasures, and refuses to relinquish honor even at the price of immortality. Sometimes they make him an Epicurean, praising the condition of estate in repose, which passes its days in feasting and song. Sometimes a peripatetic, classifying goodness in 3 ways. Sometimes an academic, holding that all things are uncertain. It is clear, however, that no one of these doctrines is to be fathered upon Homer. just because they are all there, for they are irreconcilable with one another. We may admit to these men, indeed, that Homer was a philosopher, yet surely he became a wise man before he had any knowledge of poetry. So let us learn the particular things that made Homer wise. It is no more to the point, of course, for me to investigate whether Homer or Hesiod was the older poet, than to know why Hecuba, although younger than Helen, showed her years so lamentably. What, in your opinion, I say, would be the point in trying to determine the respective ages of Achilles and Patroclus? Do you raise the question, through what regions did Ulysses stray, instead of trying to prevent ourselves from going astray at all times? We have no leisure to hear lectures on the question whether he was sea-tossed between Italy and Sicily or outside our known world. Indeed, so long a wandering could not possibly have taken place within its narrow bounds. We ourselves encounter storms of the spirit, which toss us daily, and our depravity drives us into all the ills which troubled Ulysses. For us, there is never lacking the beauty to tempt our eyes, or the enemy to assail us. On this side are savage monsters that delight in human blood. On that side, the treacherous allurements of the ear, and yonder is shipwreck and all the varied category of misfortunes. Show me, rather, by the example of Ulysses, how I am to love my country, my wife, my father, and how, even after suffering shipwreck, I am to sail toward these ends, honorable as they are. Why try to discover whether Penelope was a pattern of purity, or whether she had the laugh on her contemporaries, or whether she suspected that the man in her presence was Ulysses before she knew it was he? Teach me, rather, what purity is, and how great a good we have in it, and whether it is situated in the body or in the soul. Now, I will transfer my attention to the musician. You, sir, are teaching me how the treble and the bass are in accord with one another, and how, though the strings produce different notes, the result is a harmony. Rather, bring my soul into harmony with itself, and let not my purposes be out of tune. You are showing me what the doleful keys are. Show me, rather, how, in the midst of adversity, I may keep from uttering a doleful note. The mathematician teaches me how to lay out the dimensions of my estates, but I should rather be taught how to lay out what is enough for a man to own. He teaches me to count, and adapts my fingers to avarice. But I should prefer him to teach me that there is no point in such calculations, and that one is none the happier for tiring out the bookkeepers with his possessions. Or rather, how useless property is to any man who would find it in the greatest misfortune if he should be required to reckon out by his own wits the amount of his holdings. What good is there for me in knowing how to parcel out a piece of land, if I know not how to share it with my brother? What good is there in working out to a nicety the dimensions of an acre, and in detecting the error if a piece has so much as escaped my measuring rod, if I am embittered when an ill-tempered neighbor merely scrapes off a bit of my land? The mathematician teaches me how I may lose none of my boundaries. I, however, seek to learn how to lose them all with a light heart. But, comes the reply, I am being driven from the farm which my father and grandfather owned. Well, who owned the land before your grandfather? Can you explain what people, I will not say what person, held it originally? You did not enter upon it as a master, but merely as a tenant. And whose tenant are you? If your claim is successful, you are tenant of the air. The lawyers say that public property cannot be acquired privately by possession. What you hold and call your own is public property. Indeed, it belongs to mankind at large. Oh, what marvelous skill! You know how to measure the circle. You find the square of any shape which is set before you. You compute the distances between the stars. There is nothing which does not come within the scope of your calculations. But if you are a real master of your profession, measure me, the mind of man. Tell me how great it is, or how puny. You know what a straight line is, but how does it benefit you if you do not know what is straight in this life of ours? I come next to the person who boasts his knowledge of the heavenly bodies, who knows whither the chilling star of Satan hides, and through what orbit Mercury doth stray. Of what benefit will it be to know this? That I shall be disturbed because Saturn and Mars are in opposition? Or when Mercury sets at eventide in plain view of Saturn, rather than learn that those stars, wherever they are propitious, and that they are not subject to change? They are driven along by an unending round of destiny, on a course from which they cannot swerve. They return at stated seasons. They either set in motion or mark the intervals of the whole world's work. But if they are responsible for whatever happens, how will it help you to know the secrets of the immutable? Or, if they merely give indications, what good is there in foreseeing what you cannot escape? Whether you know these things or not, they will take place. Behold the fleeting sun, the stars that follow in his train, and thou shalt never find the morrow play thee false, or be misled by nights without a cloud. It has, however, been sufficiently and fully ordained that I shall be safe from anything that may mislead me. What? You say, does the morrow never play me false? Whatever happens without my knowledge plays me false. I, for my part, do not know what it is to be, but I do know what may come to be. I shall have no misgivings in this matter. I await the future in its entirety, and if there is any abatement in its severity, I make the most of it. If the morrow treats me kindly, it is a sort of deception, but it does not deceive me even at that. For just as I know that all things can happen, so I know, too, that they will not happen in every case. I am ready for favorable events in every case, but I am prepared for evil. In this discussion you must bear with me if I do not follow the regular course, for I do not consent to admit painting into the list of liberal arts, any more than sculpture, marble working, and other helps towards luxury. I also debar from the liberal studies wrestling and all knowledge that is compounded of oil and mud. Otherwise, I should be compelled to admit perfumers also, and cooks, and all others who lend their wits to the service of our pleasures. For what liberal element is there in these ravenous takers of emetics, whose bodies are fed to fatness while their minds are thin and dull? Or do we really believe that the training which they give us is liberal? For the young men of Rome, who used to be taught by our ancestors to stand straight and hurl a spear, to wield a pike, to guide a horse, and to handle weapons. Our ancestors used to teach their children nothing that could be learned while lying down. But neither the new system nor the old teaches or nourishes virtue. For what good does it do us to guide a horse and control his speed with the curb, and then find that our own passions, utterly uncurbed, bolt with us? Or to beat many opponents in wrestling or boxing, and then to find that we ourselves are beaten by anger? What then, you say? Do the liberal studies contribute nothing to our welfare? Very much in other respects, but nothing at all as regards virtue. For even these arts of which I have spoken, though admittedly of a low grade, depending as they do upon handiwork, contribute greatly toward the equipment of life, but nevertheless have nothing to do with virtue. And if you inquire, why then do we educate our children in the liberal studies? It is not because they can bestow virtue, but because they prepare the soul for the reception of virtue. Just as that primary course, as the ancients called it, in grammar, which gave boys their elementary training, does not teach them the liberal arts, but prepares the ground for their early acquisition of these arts. So the liberal arts do not conduct the soul all the way to virtue, but merely set it going in that direction. Posidonius divides the arts into 4 classes. First, we have those which are common and low, then those which serve for amusement, then those which refer to the education of boys, and finally, the liberal arts. The common sort belong to workmen and are mere handwork. They are concerned with equipping life. There is in them no pretense to beauty or honor. The arts of amusement are those which aim to please the eye and the ear. To this class you may assign the stage machinists, who invent scaffolding that goes aloft of its own accord, or floors that rise silently into the air, and many other surprising devices, as when objects that fit together then fall apart, or objects which are separate then join together automatically, or objects which stand erect then gradually collapse. The eye of the inexperienced is struck with amazement by these things, for such persons marvel at everything that takes place without warning, because they do not know the causes. The arts which belong to the education of boys, and are somewhat similar to the liberal arts, are those which the Greeks call the cycle of studies, but which we Romans call the liberal. However, those alone are really liberal, or rather, to give them a truer name, free, whose concern is virtue. But, one will say, just as there is a part of philosophy which has to do with nature, and a part which has to do with ethics, and a part which has to do with reasoning, so this group of liberal arts also claims for itself a place in philosophy. When one approaches questions that deal with nature, a decision is reached by means of a word from the mathematician. Therefore, mathematics is a department of that branch which it aids. But many things aid us, and yet are not parts of ourselves. Nay, if they were, they would not aid us. Food is an aid to the body, but is not a part of it. We get some help from the service which mathematics renders, and mathematics is as indispensable to philosophy as the carpenter is to the mathematician. But carpentering is not a part of mathematics, nor is mathematics a part of philosophy. Moreover, each has its own limits, for the wise man investigates and learns the causes of natural phenomena, while the mathematician follows up and computes their numbers and their measurements. The wise man knows the laws by which the heavenly bodies persist, what powers belong to them, and what attributes. The astronomer merely notes their comings and goings, the rules which govern their settings and their risings, and the occasional periods during which they seem to stand still, although, as a matter of fact, no heavenly body can stand still. The wise man will know what causes the reflection in a mirror, but the mathematician can merely tell you how far the body should be from the reflection, and what shape of mirror will produce a given reflection. The philosopher will demonstrate that the sun is a large body, while the astronomer will compute just how large, progressing in knowledge by his method of trial and experiment. But in order to progress, he must summon to his aid certain principles. No art, however, is sufficient unto itself, if the foundation upon which it rests depends upon mere favor. Now, philosophy asks no favors from any other source. It builds everything on its own soil. But the science of numbers is, so to speak, a structure built on another man's land. It builds on alien soil. It accepts first principles, and by their favor arrives at further conclusions. If it could march unassisted to the truth, if it were able to understand the nature of the universe, I should say that it would offer much assistance to our minds, for the mind grows by contact with things heavenly, and draws into itself something from on high. There is but one thing that brings the soul to perfection, the unalterable knowledge of good and evil. But there is no other art which investigates good and evil. I should like to pass in review the several virtues. Bravery is a scorner of things which inspire fear. It looks down upon, challenges, and crushes the powers of terror, and all that would drive our freedom under the yoke, But do liberal studies strengthen this virtue? Loyalty is the holiest good in the human heart. It is forced into betrayal by no constraint, and it is bribed by no rewards. Loyalty cries, "Burn me, slay me, kill me. I shall not betray my trust, and the more urgently torture shall seek to find my secret, the deeper in my heart will I bury it." Can the liberal arts produce such a spirit within us? Temperance controls our desires. Some it hates and routs, others it regulates and restores to a healthy measure, nor does it ever approach our desires for their own sake. Temperance knows that the best measure of the appetites is not what you want to take, but what you ought to take. Kindliness forbids you to be overbearing towards your associates, and it forbids you to be grasping. In words and in deeds and in feelings it shows itself gentle and courteous to all men. It counts no evil as another's solely, and the reason why it loves its own good is chiefly because it will some day be the good of another. Do liberal arts teach a man such character as this? No. No more than they teach simplicity, moderation, and self-restraint, thrift and economy, and that kindliness which spares a neighbor's life, as if it were one's own, and knows that it is not for man to make wasteful use of his fellow man. But, one says, since you declare that virtue cannot be attained without the liberal studies, how is it that you deny that they offer any assistance to virtue? Because you cannot attain virtue without food either, and yet food has nothing to do with virtue. Wood does not offer assistance to a ship, although a ship cannot be built except of wood. There is no reason, I say, why you should think that anything is made by the assistance of that without which it cannot be made. We might even make the statement that it is possible to attain wisdom without the liberal studies. For although virtue is a thing that must be learned, yet it is not learned by means of these studies. What reason have I, however, for supposing that one who is ignorant of letters will never be a wise man, since wisdom is not to be found in letters? Wisdom communicates facts and not words. And it may be true that the memory is more to be depended upon when it has no support outside itself. Wisdom is a large and spacious thing. It needs plenty of free room. One must learn about things divine and human, the past and the future, the ephemeral and the eternal, and one must learn about time. See how many questions arise concerning time alone. In the first place, whether it is anything in and by itself. In the second place, whether anything exists prior to time and without time. And again, did time begin along with the universe, or because there was something even before the universe began, did time also exist then? There are countless questions concerning the soul alone, whence it comes, what is its nature, when it begins to exist, and how long it exists, whether it passes from one place to another and changes its habitation, being transferred successively from one animal shape to another, or whether it is a slave but once, roaming the universe after it is set free, whether it is corporeal or not. What will become of it when it ceases to use us as its medium? How will it employ its freedom when it has escaped from this present prison? Whether it will forget all its past, and at that moment begin to know itself when, released from the body, it has withdrawn to the skies. Thus, whatever phase of things human and divine you have apprehended, you will be wearied by the vast number of things to be answered and things to be learned. And in order that these manifold and mighty subjects may have free entertainment in your soul, you must remove therefrom all superfluous things. Virtue will not surrender herself to these narrow bounds of ours. A great subject needs wide space in which to move. Let all other things be driven out, and let the breast be emptied to receive virtue. But it is a pleasure to be acquainted with many arts. Therefore let us keep only as much of them as is essential. Do you regard that man as blameworthy who puts superfluous things on the same footing with useful things? And in his house makes a lavish display of costly objects, but do not deem him blameworthy who has allowed himself to become engrossed with the useless furniture of learning? This desire to know more than is sufficient is a sort of intemperance. Why? Because this unseemly pursuit of the liberal arts makes men troublesome, wordy, tactless, self-satisfied bores, who fail to learn the essentials just because they have learned the non-essentials. Didymus the scholar wrote 4,000 books. I should feel pity for him if he had only read the same number of superfluous volumes. In these books he investigates Homer's birthplace, who was really the mother of Aeneas, whether Anacreon was more of a rake or more of a drunkard, whether Sappho was a bad lot, and other problems the answers to which, if found, were forthwith to be forgotten. Come now, do not tell me that life is long. Nay, when you come to consider our own countrymen also, I can show you many works which ought to be cut down with the axe. It is at the cost of a vast outlay of time, and of vast discomfort to the ears of others, that we win such praise as this. What a learned man you are! Let us be content with this recommendation, less acidified though it be. What a good man you are! Do I mean this? Well, would you have me unroll the annals of the world's history, and try to find out who first wrote poetry? Or, in the absence of written records, shall I make an estimate of the number of years which lie between Orpheus and Homer? Or shall I make a study of the absurd writings of Aristarchus, wherein he branded the text of other men's verses, and wear my life away upon syllables? Shall I then wallow in the geometrician's dust? Have I so far forgotten that useful saw, save your time? Must I know these things? And what may I choose not to know? Apion the scholar, who drew crowds to his lectures all over Greece in the days of Gaius Caesar, and was acclaimed a Homerid by every state, used to maintain that Homer, when he had finished his 2 poems, the Iliad and the Odyssey, added a preliminary poem to his work, wherein he embraced the whole Trojan War. The argument which Apion adduced to prove this statement was that Homer had purposely inserted in the opening line 2 letters, which contained a key to the number of his books. A man who wishes to know many things must know such things as these, and must take no thought of all the time which one loses by ill health, public duties, private duties, daily duties, and sleep. Apply the measure to the years of your life. They have no room for all these things. I have been speaking so far of liberal studies, but think how much superfluous and unpractical matter the philosophers contain. Of their own accord, they also have descended to establishing nice divisions of syllables, to determining the true meaning of conjunctions and prepositions. They have been envious of the scholars, envious of the mathematicians. They have taken over into their own art all the superfluities of these other arts. The result is that they know more about careful speaking than about careful living. Let me tell you what evils are due to over-nice exactness, and what an enemy it is of the truth. Protagoras declares that one can take either side on any question and debate it with equal success. Even on this very question, whether every subject can be debated from either point of view. Nausiphanes holds that in things which seem to exist, there is no difference between existence and non-existence. Parmenides maintains that nothing exists of all this which seems to exist, except the universe alone. Zeno of Elea removed all the difficulties by removing one, for he declares that nothing exists. The Pyrrhonian, Megarian, Eretrian, and academic schools are all engaged in practically the same task. They have introduced a new knowledge, non-knowledge. You may sweep all these theories in with the superfluous troops of liberal studies. The one class of men give me a knowledge that will be of no use to me. The other class do away with any hope of attaining knowledge. It is better, of course, to know useless things than to know nothing. One set of philosophers offers no light by which I may direct my gaze toward the truth. The other digs out my very eyes and leaves me blind. If I cleave to Protagoras, there is nothing in the scheme of nature that is not doubtful. If I hold with Nausiphanes, I am sure only of this, that everything is unsure. If with Parmenides, there is nothing except the one. If with Zeno, there is not even the one. What are we then? What becomes of all these things that surround us, support us, sustain us? The whole universe is then a vain or deceptive shadow. I cannot readily say whether I am more vexed at those who would have it that we know nothing, or with those who would not leave us even this privilege. Farewell. End of Letter 88, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 89 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On the Parts of Philosophy. It is a useful fact that you wish to know, one which is essential to him who hastens after wisdom, namely, the parts of philosophy and the division of its huge bulk into separate members. For, by studying the parts, we can be brought more easily to understand the whole. I only wish that philosophy might come before our eyes in all her unity, just as the whole expanse of the firmament is spread out for us to gaze upon. It would be a sight closely resembling that of the firmament, for then surely philosophy would ravish all mortals with love for her. We should abandon all those things which, in our ignorance of what is great, we believe to be great. Inasmuch, however, as this cannot fall to our lot, we must view philosophy just as men gaze upon the secrets of the firmament. The wise man's mind, to be sure, embraces the whole framework of philosophy, surveying it with no less rapid glance than our mortal eyes survey the heavens. We, however, who must break through the gloom, we whose vision fails even for that which is near at hand, can be shown with greater ease each separate object, even though we cannot yet comprehend the universe. I shall therefore comply with your demand, and shall divide philosophy into parts, but not into scraps. For it is useful that philosophy should be divided, but not chopped into bits. Just as it is hard to take in what is indefinitely large, so it is hard to take in what is indefinitely small. The people are divided into tribes, the army into centuries. Whatever has grown to greater size is more easily identified if it is broken up into parts. But the parts, as I have remarked, must be countless in number and diminutive in size. For over-analysis is faulty in precisely the same way as no analysis at all. Whatever you cut so finely that it becomes dust is as good as blended into a mass again. In the first place, therefore, if you approve, I shall draw the distinction between wisdom and philosophy. Wisdom is the perfect good of the human mind. Philosophy is the love of wisdom and the endeavor to attain it. The latter strives toward the goal which the former has already reached. And it is clear why philosophy was so called, for it acknowledges by its very name the object of its love. Certain persons have defined wisdom as the knowledge of things divine and things human. Still others say, wisdom is knowing things divine and things human, and their causes also. This added phrase seems to me to be superfluous, since the causes of things divine and things human are a part of the divine system. Philosophy also has been defined in various ways. Some have called it the study of virtue. Others have referred to it as a study of the way to amend the mind, and some have named it the search for right reason. One thing is practically settled. that there is some difference between philosophy and wisdom. Nor indeed is it possible that that which is sought and that which seeks are identical. As there is a great difference between avarice and wealth, the one being the subject of the craving and the other its object, so between philosophy and wisdom. For the one is a result and a reward of the other. Philosophy does the going, and wisdom is the goal. Wisdom is that which the Greeks call Sophia. The Romans also were wont to use this word in the sense in which they now use philosophy also. This will be proved to your satisfaction by our old national plays, as well as by the epitaph that is carved on the tomb of Drunkenness. Pause, stranger, and read the wisdom of Drunkenness. Certain of our school, however, although philosophy meant to them the study of virtue, and though virtue was the object sought and philosophy the seeker, have maintained nevertheless that the two cannot be sundered. For philosophy cannot exist without virtue, nor virtue without philosophy. Philosophy is the study of virtue by means, however, of virtue itself. But neither can virtue exist without the study of itself, nor can the study of virtue exist without virtue itself. For it is not like trying to hit a target at long range, where the shooter and the object to be shot at are in different places. Nor as roads which lead into a city are the approaches to virtue situated outside virtue itself. The path by which one reaches virtue leads by way of virtue herself. Philosophy and virtue cling closely together. The greatest authors, and the greatest number of authors, have maintained that there are three divisions of philosophy: moral, natural, and rational. The first keeps the soul in order, the second investigates the universe, the third works out the essential meanings of words, their combinations, and the proofs which keep falsehood from creeping in and displacing truth. But there have also been those who divided philosophy on the one hand into fewer divisions, on the other hand into more. Certain of the peripatetic school have added a fourth division, civil philosophy, because it calls for a special sphere of activity and is interested in a different subject matter. Some have added a department for which they use the Greek term economics, the science of managing one's own household. Still others have made a distinct heading for the various kinds of life. There is no one of these subdivisions, however, which will not be found under the branch called moral philosophy. The Epicureans held that philosophy was twofold, natural and moral. They did away with the rational branch. Then, when they were compelled by the facts themselves to distinguish between equivocal ideas and to expose fallacies that lay hidden under the cloak of truth, they themselves introduced a heading to which they gave the name forensic and regulative, which is merely rational under another name, although they hold that this section is accessory to the department of natural philosophy. The Cyrenaic school abolished the natural as well as the rational department, and were content with the moral side alone, and yet these philosophers also include under another title that which they have rejected. For they divide moral philosophy into 5 parts: what to avoid and what to seek, the passions, actions, causes, proofs. Now the causes of things really belong to the natural division, the proofs to the rational. Aristo of Chios remarked that the natural and the rational were not only superfluous, but were also contradictory. He even limited the moral, which was all that was left to him, for he abolished that heading which embraced advice, maintaining that it was the business of the pedagogue and not of the philosopher, as if the wise man were anything else than the pedagogue of the human race. Since, therefore, philosophy is threefold, let us first begin to set in order the moral side. It has been agreed that this should be divided into 3 parts. First, we have the speculative part, which assigns to each thing its particular function and weighs the worth of each. It is highest in point of utility. For what is so indispensable as giving to everything its proper value? The second has to do with impulse, the third with actions. For the first duty is to determine severally what things are worth, the second to conceive with regard to them a regulated and ordered impulse, the third to make your impulse and your actions harmonize, so that under all these conditions you may be consistent with yourself. If any of these three be defective, there is confusion in the rest also. For what benefit is there in having all things appraised, each in its proper relations, if you go to excess in your impulses? What benefit is there in having checked your impulses, and in having your desires in your own control, if when you come to action, you are unaware of the proper times and seasons, and if you do not know when, where, and how each action should be carried out? It is one thing to understand the merits and the values of facts, another thing to know the precise moment for action, and still another to curb impulses and to proceed, instead of rushing, toward what is to be done. Hence, life is in harmony with itself only when action has not deserted impulse, and when impulse toward an object arises in each case from the worth of the object, being languid or more eager as the case may be, according as the objects which arouse it are worth seeking. The natural side of philosophy is twofold, bodily and non-bodily. Each is divided into its own grades of importance, so to speak. The topic concerning bodies deals first with these two grades, the creative and the created. And the created things are the elements. Now, this very topic of the elements, as some writers hold, is integral. As others hold, it is divided into matter, the cause which moves all things and the elements. It remains for me to divide rational philosophy into its parts. Now, all speech is either continuous or split up between questioner and answerer. It has been agreed upon that the former should be called rhetoric, and the latter dialectic. Rhetoric deals with words and meanings and arrangement. Dialectic is divided into two parts, words and their meanings, that is, into things which are said, and the words in which they are said. Then comes a subdivision of each, and it is of vast extent. Therefore I shall stop at this point, and but treat the climax of the story. For if I should take a fancy to give the subdivisions, my letter would become a debater's handbook. I am not trying to discourage you, excellent Lucilius, from reading on this subject, provided only that you promptly relate to conduct all that you have read. It is your conduct that you must hold in check. You must rouse what is languid in you, bind fast what has become relaxed, conquer what is obstinate, persecute your appetites, and the appetites of mankind as much as you can. And to those who say, "How long will this unending talk go on?" answer with the words, I ought to be asking you, how long will these unending sins of yours go on? Do you really desire my remedies to stop before your vices? But I shall speak of my remedies all the more, and just because you offer objections, I shall keep on talking. Medicine begins to do good at the time when a touch makes the diseased body tingle with pain. I shall utter words that will help men even against their will. At times you should allow words other than compliments to reach your ears, and because as individuals you are unwilling to hear the truth, hear it collectively. How far will you extend the boundaries of your estates? An estate which held a nation is too narrow for a single lord. How far will you push forward your plowed fields, you who are not content to confine the measure of your farms even within the amplitude of provinces? You have noble rivers flowing down through your private grounds. You have mighty streams, boundaries of mighty nations, under your dominion from source to outlet. This also is too little for you, unless you also surround whole seas with your estates, unless your steward holds sway on the other side of the Adriatic, the Ionian, and the Aegean seas, unless the islands, homes of famous chieftains, are reckoned by you as the most paltry of possessions. Spread them as widely as you will, if only you may have as a farm what was once called a kingdom. Make whatever you can your own, provided only that it is more than your neighbor's. And now for a word with you, whose luxury spreads itself out as widely as the greed of those to whom I have just referred. To you I say, will this custom continue until there is no lake over which the pinnacles of your country houses do not tower? Until there is no river whose banks are not bordered by your lordly structures? Wherever hot waters shall gush forth in rills, There you will be causing new resorts of luxury to rise. Wherever the shore shall bend into a bay, there will you straightway be laying foundations, and not content with any land that has not been made by art, you will bring the sea within your boundaries. On every side let your housetops flash in the sun, now set on mountain peaks where they command an extensive outlook over sea and land, now lifted from the plain to the height of mountains. Build your manifold structures, your huge piles. You are nevertheless but individuals, and puny ones at that. What profit to you are your many bedchambers? You sleep in one. No place is yours where you yourself are not. Next I pass to you, you whose bottomless and insatiable maw explores on the one hand the seas, on the other the earth, with enormous toil hunting down your prey, now with hook, now with snare, now with nets of various kinds. No animal has peace except when you are cloyed with it. And how slight a portion of those banquets of yours, prepared for you by so many hands, do you taste with your pleasure-jaded palate? How slight a portion of all that game, whose taking was fraught with danger, does the master's sick and squeamish stomach relish? How slight a portion of all those shellfish, imported from so far, slips down that insatiable gullet? Poor wretches! Do you not know that your appetites are bigger than your bellies? Talk in this way to other men, provided that while you talk you also listen. Write in this way, provided that while you write you read, remembering that everything you hear or read is to be applied to conduct, and to the alleviation of passion's fury. Study, not in order to add anything to your knowledge, but to make your knowledge better. Farewell. End of letter 89. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 90 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. On the part played by philosophy in the progress of man. Who can doubt, my dear Lucilius, that life is the gift of the immortal gods, but that living well is the gift of philosophy? Hence the idea that our debt to philosophy is greater than our debt to the gods, in proportion as a good life is more of a benefit than mere life, would be regarded as correct, were not philosophy itself a boon which the gods have bestowed upon us. They have given the knowledge thereof to none, but the faculty of acquiring it they have given to all. For if they had made philosophy also a general good, and if we were gifted with understanding at our birth, wisdom would have lost her best attribute, that she is not one of the gifts of fortune. For as it is, the precious and noble characteristic of wisdom is that she does not advance to meet us, that each man is indebted to himself for her, and that we do not seek her at the hands of others. What would there be in philosophy worthy of your respect, if she were a thing that came by bounty? Her sole function is to discover the truth about things divine and things human. From her side, religion never departs, nor duty, nor justice, nor any of the whole company of virtues which cling together in close united fellowship. Philosophy has taught us to worship that which is divine, to love that which is human. She has told us that with the gods lies dominion, and among men fellowship. This fellowship remained unspoiled for a long time, until avarice tore the community asunder and became the cause of poverty, even in the case of those whom she herself had most enriched. For men cease to possess all things the moment they desire all things for their own. But the first men, and those who sprang from them still unspoiled, followed nature, having one man as both their leader and their law, entrusting themselves to the control of one better than themselves. For nature has the habit of subjecting the weaker to the stronger. Even among the dumb animals, those which are either biggest or fiercest hold sway. It is no weakling bull that leads the herd. It is one that has beaten the other males by his might and his muscle. In the case of elephants, the tallest goes first. Among men, the best is regarded as the highest. That is why it was to the mind that a ruler was assigned, and for that reason the greatest happiness rested with those peoples among whom a man could not be the more powerful unless he were the better. For that man can safely accomplish what he will, who thinks he can do nothing except what he ought to do. Accordingly, in that age which is maintained to be the Golden Age, Posidonius holds that the government was under the jurisdiction of the wise. They kept their hands under control, and protected the weaker from the stronger. They gave advice, both to do and not to do. They showed what was useful and what was useless. Their forethought provided that their subjects should lack nothing. Their bravery warded off dangers. Their kindness enriched and adorned their subjects. For them, ruling was a service, not an exercise of royalty. No ruler tried his power against those to whom he owed the beginnings of his power, and no one had the inclination or the excuse to do wrong, since the ruler ruled well, and the subject obeyed well, and the king could utter no greater threat against disobedient subjects than that they should depart from the kingdom. But when once vice stole in and kingdoms were transformed into tyrannies, a need arose for laws, and these very laws were in turn framed by the wise. Solon, who established Athens upon a firm basis by just laws, was one of the 7 men renowned for their wisdom. Had Lycurgus lived in the same period, an 8th would have been added to that hallowed number 7. The laws of Zaleucus and Carandus are praised. It was not in the forum or in the offices of skilled counselors, but in the silent and holy retreat of Pythagoras, that these 2 men learned the principles of justice which they were to establish in Sicily, which at that time was prosperous, and throughout Grecian Italy. Up to this point I agree with Posidonius, but that philosophy discovered the arts of which life makes use in its daily round, I refuse to admit, nor will I ascribe to it an artisan's glory. Posidonius says, when men were scattered over the earth, protected by caves, or by the dug-out shelters of a cliff, or by the trunk of a hollow tree, it was philosophy that taught them to build houses. But I, for my part, do not hold that philosophy devised these shrewdly contrived dwellings of ours, which rise story upon story, where city crowds against city, any more than that she invented the fish preserves, which are enclosed for the purpose of saving men's gluttony from having to run the risk of storms, and in order that, no matter how wildly the sea is raging, luxury may have its safe harbors in which to fatten fancy breeds of fish. What? Was it philosophy that taught the use of keys and bolts? Nay, what was that except giving a hint to avarice? Was it philosophy that erected all these towering tenements, so dangerous to the persons who dwell in them? Was it not enough for man to provide himself a roof of any chance covering, and to contrive for himself some natural retreat without the help of art, and without trouble? Believe me, that was a happy age, before the days of architects, before the days of builders. All this sort of thing was born when luxury was being born. This matter of cutting timbers square, and cleaving a beam with unerring hand as the saw made its way over the marked-out line. The primal man, with wedges, split his wood. For they were not preparing a roof for a future banquet ball. For no such use did they carry the pine trees or the firs along the trembling streets with a long row of drays, merely to fasten thereupon panelled ceilings heavy with gold. Forked poles, erected at either end, propped up their houses. With close-packed branches and with leaves heaped up and laid sloping, they contrived a drainage for even the heaviest rains. Beneath such dwellings they lived, but they lived in peace. A thatched roof once covered free men. Under marble and gold dwells slavery. On another point also I differ from Posidonius. when he holds that mechanical tools were the invention of wise men. For on that basis, one might maintain that those were wise who taught the arts of setting traps for game, and liming twigs for birds, and girdling mighty woods with dogs. It was man's ingenuity, not his wisdom, that discovered all these devices. And I also differ from him when he says that wise men discovered our mines of iron and copper, when the earth, scorched by forest fires, melted the veins of ore which lay near the surface and caused the metal to gush forth. Nay, the sort of men who discover such things are the sort of men who are busied with them. Nor do I consider this question so subtle as Posidonius thinks, namely, whether the hammer or the tongs came first into use. They were both invented by some man whose mind was nimble and keen, but not great or exalted. And the same holds true of any other discovery which can only be made by means of a bent body, and of a mind whose gaze is upon the ground. The wise man was easy-going in his way of living, and why not? Even in our own times he would prefer to be as little cumbered as possible. How, I ask, can you consistently admire both Diogenes and Daedalus? Which of these two seems to you a wise man, the one who devised the saw, or the one who, on seeing a boy drink water from the hollow of his hand, forthwith took his cup from his wallet and broke it, upbraiding himself with these words, "Fool that I am, to have been carrying superfluous baggage all this time," and then curled himself up in his tub and lay down to sleep? In these our times, which man, pray, do you deem the wiser? The one who invents a process for spraying saffron perfumes to a tremendous height from hidden pipes, or who fills or empties canals by a sudden rush of waters, who so cleverly constructs a dining room with a ceiling of movable panels that it presents one pattern after another, the roof changing as often as the courses, or the one who proves to others, as well as to himself, that nature has laid upon us no stern and difficult law when she tells us that we can live without the marble cutter and the engineer, that we can clothe ourselves without traffic in silk fabrics, that we can have everything that is indispensable to our use, provided only that we are content with what the earth has placed on its surface. If mankind were willing to listen to this sage, they would know that the cook is as superfluous to them as the soldier. Those were wise men, or, at any rate, like the wise, who found the care of the body a problem easy to solve. The things that are indispensable require no elaborate pains for their acquisition. It is only the luxuries that call for labor. Follow nature, and you will need no skilled craftsman. Nature did not wish us to be harassed. For whatever she forced upon us, she equipped us. But cold cannot be endured by the naked body. What then? Are there not the skins of wild beasts and other animals, which can protect us well enough, and more than enough, from the cold? Do not many tribes cover their bodies with the bark of trees? Are not the feathers of birds sewn together to serve for clothing? Even at the present day, does not a large portion of the Scythian tribe garb itself in the skins of foxes and mice, soft to the touch, and impervious to the winds? For all that, men must have some thicker protection than the skin, in order to keep off the heat of the sun in summer. What then? Has not antiquity produced many retreats which, hollowed out either by the damage wrought by time, or by any other occurrence you will, have opened into caverns? What then? Did not the very first comers take twigs and weave them by hand into wicker mats, smear them with common mud, and then with stubble and other wild grasses construct a roof, and thus pass their winters secure, the rains carried off by means of the sloping gables? What then? Do not the peoples on the edge of the Syrtes dwell in dug-out houses, and indeed all the tribes who, because of the too fierce blaze of the sun, possess no protection sufficient to keep off the heat except the parched soil itself? Nature was not so hostile to man that, When she gave all the other animals an easy role in life, she made it impossible for him alone to live without all these artifices. None of these was imposed upon us by her. None of them had to be painfully sought out that our lives might be prolonged. All things were ready for us at our birth. It is we that have made everything difficult for ourselves, through our disdain for what is easy. Houses, shelter, creature comforts, food, and all that has now become the source of vast trouble, were ready at hand, free to all, and obtainable for trifling pains. For the limit everywhere corresponded to the need. It is we that have made all those things valuable, we that have made them admired, we that have caused them to be sought for by extensive and manifold devices. Nature suffices for what she demands. Luxury has turned her back upon nature. Each day she expands herself in all the ages. She has been gathering strength, and by her wit promoting the vices. At first, luxury began to lust for what nature regarded as superfluous. Then, for that which was contrary to nature. And finally, she made the soul a bondsman to the body, and bade it be an utter slave to the body's lusts. All these crafts by which the city is patrolled, or shall I say, kept in uproar, are but engaged in the body's business. Time was when all things were offered to the body as to a slave, but now they are made ready for it as for a master. Accordingly, hence have come the workshops of the weavers and the carpenters, hence the savory smells of the professional cooks, hence the wantonness of those who teach wanton postures, and wanton and affected singing. For that moderation which nature prescribes, which limits our desires by resources restricted to our needs, has abandoned the field. It has now come to this, that to want only what is enough is a sign both of boorishness and of utter destitution. It is hard to believe, my dear Lucilius, how easily the charm of eloquence wins even great men away from the truth. Take, for example, Posidonius, who in my estimation is of the number of those who have contributed most to philosophy. When he wishes to describe the art of weaving, he tells how, first, some threads are twisted and some drawn out from the soft, loose mass of wool. Next, how the upright warp keeps the threads stretched by means of hanging weights. Then, how the inserted thread of the woof, which softens the hard texture of the web which holds it fast on either side, is forced by the batten to make a compact union with the warp. He maintains that even the weaver's art was discovered by wise men, forgetting that the more complicated art which he describes was invented in later days, the art wherein the web is bound to frame, asunder now, the reed doth part the warp, between the threads is shot the woof by pointed shuttles borne, the broad comb's well-notched teeth then drive it home. Suppose he had had the opportunity of seeing the weaving of our own day, which produces the clothing that will conceal nothing, the clothing which affords, I will not say no protection to the body, but none even to modesty. Posidonius then passes on to the farmer. With no less eloquence he describes the ground which is broken up and crossed again by the plough, so that the earth, thus loosened, may allow freer play to the roots. Then the seed is sown and the weeds plucked out by hand, lest any chance growth or wild plant spring up and spoil the crop. This trade also, he declares, is the creation of the wise, just as if cultivators of the soil were not even at the present day discovering countless new methods of increasing the soil's fertility. Furthermore, not confining his attention to these arts, he even degrades the wise man by sending him to the mill, for he tells us how the sage, by imitating the processes of nature, began to make bread. The grain, he says, once taken into the mouth, is crushed by the flinty teeth, which meet in hostile encounter, and whatever grain slips out, the tongue turns back to the self-same teeth. Then it is blended into a mass, that it may the more easily pass down the slippery throat, When this has reached the stomach, it is digested by the stomach's equable heat. Then, and not till then, it is assimilated with the body. Following this pattern, he goes on, someone placed 2 rough stones, the one above the other in imitation of the teeth, one set of which is stationary and awaits the motion of the other set. Then, by the rubbing of the one stone against the other, the grain is crushed and brought back again and again, until by frequent rubbing it is reduced to powder. Then this man sprinkled the meal with water, and by continued manipulation subdued the mass and molded the loaf. This loaf was, at first, baked by hot ashes or by an earthen vessel glowing hot. Later on ovens were gradually discovered, and the other devices whose heat will render obedience to the sage's will. Posidonius came very near declaring that even the cobbler's trade was the discovery of the wise man. Reason did indeed devise all these things, but it was not right reason. It was man, but not the wise man, that discovered them. Just as they invented ships, in which we cross rivers and seas, ships fitted with sails for the purpose of catching the force of the winds, ships with rudders added at the stem in order to turn the vessel's course in one direction or another. The model followed was the fish, which steers itself by its tail, and by its slightest motion on this side or on that, bends its swift course. But, says Posidonius, the wise man did indeed discover all these things. They were, however, too petty for him to deal with himself, and so he entrusted them to his meaner assistants. Not so. These early inventions were thought out by no other class of men than those who have them in charge today. We know that certain devices have come to light only within our own memory, such as the use of windows which admit the clear light through transparent tiles, and such as the vaulted baths, with pipes let into their walls for the purpose of diffusing the heat which maintains an even temperature in their lowest as well as in their highest spaces. Why need I mention the marble with which our temples and our private houses are resplendent? Or the rounded and polished masses of stone, by means of which we erect colonnades and buildings roomy enough for nations? Or our signs for whole words, which enable us to take down a speech, however rapidly uttered, matching speed of tongue by speed of hand? All this sort of thing has been devised by the lowest grade of slaves. Wisdom's seat is higher. She trains not the hands, but is mistress of our minds. Would you know what wisdom has brought forth to light, what she has accomplished? It is not the graceful poses of the body, or the varied notes produced by horn and flute, whereby the breath is received, and, as it passes out or through, is transformed into voice. It is not wisdom that contrives arms, or walls, or instruments useful in war. Nay, her voice is for peace, and she summons all mankind to concord. It is not she, I maintain, who is the artisan of our indispensable implements of daily use. Why do you assign to her such petty things? You see in her the skilled artisan of life. The other arts, it is true, wisdom has under her control, for he whom life serves is also served by the things which equip life. But wisdom's course is toward the state of happiness. Thither she guides us. Thither she opens the way for us. She shows us what things are evil, and what things are seemingly evil. She strips our mind of vain illusion. She bestows upon us a greatness which is substantial, but she represses the greatness which is inflated and showy but filled with emptiness. And she does not permit us to be ignorant of the difference between what is great and what is but swollen. Nay, she delivers us the knowledge of the whole of nature and of her own nature. She discloses to us what the gods are and of what sort they are. What are the nether gods, the household deities, and the protecting spirits? What are the souls which have been endowed with lasting life, and have been admitted to the second class of divinities? Where is their abode, and what their activities, powers, and will? Such are wisdom's rites of initiation, by means of which is unlocked not a village shrine, but the vast temple of all the gods, the universe itself, whose true apparitions and true aspects she offers to the gaze of our minds. For the vision of our eyes is too dull for sight so great. Then she goes back to the beginnings of things, to the eternal reason which was imparted to the whole, and to the force which inheres in all the seeds of things, giving them the power to fashion each thing according to its kind. Then wisdom begins to inquire about the soul, whence it comes, where it dwells, how long it abides, into how many divisions it falls. Finally, she has turned her attention from the corporal to the incorporeal, and has closely examined truth and the marks whereby truth is known, inquiring next how that which is equivocal can be distinguished from the truth, whether in life or in language. For in both are elements of the false mingled with the true. It is my opinion that the wise man has not withdrawn himself, as Posidonius thinks, from those arts which we were discussing, but that he never took them up at all. For he would have judged that nothing was worth discovering that he would not afterwards judge to be worth using always. He would not take up things which would have to be laid aside. But Anacharsis, says Posidonius, invented the potter's wheel, whose whirling gives shape to vessels. Then, because the potter's wheel is mentioned in Homer, people prefer to believe that Homer's verses are false rather than the story of Posidonius. But I maintain that Anacharsis was not the creator of this wheel, and even if he was, although he was a wise man when he invented it, yet he did not invent it to a wise man. Just as there are great many things which wise men do as men, not as wise men. Suppose, for example, that a wise man is exceedingly fleet of foot. He will outstrip all the runners in the race by virtue of being fleet, not by virtue of his wisdom. I should like to show Posidonius some glass-blower, who by his breath molds the glass into manifold shapes, which could scarcely be fashioned by the most skilful hand. Nay, these discoveries have been made since we men have ceased to discover wisdom. But Posidonius again remarks, Democritus is said to have discovered the arch, whose effect was that the curving line of stones, which gradually lean toward each other, is bound together by the keystone. I am inclined to pronounce this statement false, for there must have been before Democritus bridges and gateways in which the curvature did not begin until about the top. It seems to have quite slipped your memory that this same Democritus discovered how ivory could be softened, how by boiling a pebble could be transformed into an emerald, the same process used even today for coloring stones which are found to be amenable to this treatment. It may have been a wise man who discovered all such things, but he did not discover them by virtue of being a wise man. For he does many things which we see done just as well, or even more skillfully and dexterously, by men who are utterly lacking in sagacity. Do you ask what, then, the wise man has found out and what he has brought to light? First of all, there is truth and nature. And nature he has not followed as the other animals do, with eyes too dull to perceive the divine in it. In the second place, there is the law of life, and life he has made to conform to universal principles. And he has taught us not merely to know the gods, but to follow them, and to welcome the gifts of chance precisely as if they were divine commands. He has forbidden us to give heed to false opinions, and has weighed the value of each thing by a true standard of appraisement. He has condemned those pleasures with which remorse is intermingled, and has praised those goods which will always satisfy. And he has published the truth abroad that he is most happy who has no need of happiness, and that he is most powerful who has power over himself. I am not speaking of that philosophy which has placed the citizen outside his country, and the gods outside the universe, and which has bestowed virtue upon pleasure, but rather of that philosophy which counts nothing good, except what is honorable, one which cannot be cajoled by the gifts either of man or of fortune, one whose value is that it cannot be bought for any value. That this philosophy existed in such a rude age, when the arts and crafts were still unknown, and when useful things could only be learned by use, this I refuse to believe. Next, there came the fortune-favored period when the bounties of nature lay open to all for men's indiscriminate use, before avarice and luxury had broken the bonds which held mortals together, and they, abandoning their communal existence, had separated and turned to plunder. The men of the second age were not wise men, even though they did what wise men should do. Indeed, there is no other condition of the human race that anyone would regard more highly, and if God should commission a man to fashion earthly creatures, and to bestow institutions upon peoples, this man would approve of no other system than that which obtained among the men of that age when no plowman tilled the soil, nor was it right to portion off or bound one's property. Men shared their gains, and earth more freely gave her riches to her sons who sought them not. What race of men was ever more blessed than that race? They enjoyed all nature in partnership. Nature sufficed for them, now the guardian as before she was the parent of all. And this, her gift, consisted of the assured possession by each man of the common resources. Why should I not even call that race the richest among mortals, since you could not find a poor person among them? But avarice broke in upon a condition so happily ordained, and by its eagerness to lay something away and to turn it to its own private use, made all things the property of others, and reduced itself from boundless wealth to straitened need. It was avarice that introduced poverty, and by craving much, lost all. And so, although she now tries to make good her loss, although she adds one estate to another, evicting a neighbor either by buying him out or by wronging him, although she extends her country seats to the size of provinces, and defines ownership as meaning extensive travel through one's own property, in spite of all these efforts of hers, no enlargement of our boundaries will bring us back to the condition from which we have departed. When there is no more that we can do, we shall possess much. But we once possessed the whole world. The very soil was more productive when untilled, and yielded more than enough for peoples who refrained from despoiling one another. Whatever gift nature had produced, men found as much pleasure in revealing it to another as in having discovered it. It was possible for no man either to surpass another, or to fall short of him. What there was divided among unquarreling friends. Not yet had the stronger begun to lay hands upon the weaker. Not yet had the miser, by hiding away what lay before him, begun to shut off his neighbor from even the necessities of life. Each cared as much for his neighbor as for himself. Armor lay unused, and the hand, unstained by human blood, had turned all its hatred against wild beasts. The men of that day, who had found in some dense grove protection against the sun, and security against the severity of winter or of rain in their mean hiding places, spent their lives under the branches of the trees and passed tranquil nights without a sigh. Care vexes us in our purple, and routs us from our beds with the sharpest of goads. But how soft was the sleep the hard earth bestowed upon the men of that day! No fretted and panelled ceilings hung over them, but as they lay beneath the open sky, the stars glided quietly above them, and the firmament, night's noble pageant, marched swiftly by, conducting its mighty task in silence. For them by day, as well as by night, the visions of this most glorious abode were free and open. It was their joy to watch the constellations as they sank from mid-heaven, and others again as they rose from their hidden abodes. What else but joy could it be to wander among the marvels which dotted the heavens far and wide? But you of the present day shudder at every sound your houses make, and as you sit among your frescoes the slightest creak makes you shrink in terror. They had no houses as big as cities. The air, the breezes blowing free through the open spaces, the flitting shade of crag or tree, springs crystal clear and streams not spoiled by man's work, whether by water pipe or by any confinement of the channel, but running at will, and meadows beautiful without the use of art. Amid such scenes were there rude homes, adorned with rustic hand. Such a dwelling was in accordance with nature. Therein it was a joy to live, fearing neither the dwelling itself nor its safety. In these days, however, our houses constitute a large portion of our dread. But no matter how excellent and guileless was the life of the men of that age, they were not wise men, for that title is reserved for the highest achievement. Still, I would not deny that they were men of lofty spirit, and, I may use the phrase, fresh from the gods. For there is no doubt that the world produced a better progeny before it was yet worn out. However, not all were endowed with mental faculties of highest perfection, though in all cases their native powers were more sturdy than ours, and more fitted for toil. For nature does not bestow virtue. It is an art to become good. They, at least, searched not in the lowest dregs of the earth for gold, nor yet for silver or transparent stones, and they still were merciful even to the dumb animals. So far removed was that epoch from the custom of slaying man by man, not in anger or through fear, but just to make a show. They had as yet no embroidered garments, nor did they weave cloth of gold. Gold was not yet even mined. What, then, is the conclusion of the matter? It was by reason of their ignorance of things that the men of those days were innocent. And it makes a great deal of difference whether one wills not to sin, or has not the knowledge to sin. Justice was unknown to them. Unknown prudence, unknown also self-control and bravery. But their rude life possessed certain qualities akin to all these virtues. Virtue is not vouchsafed to a soul unless that soul has been trained and taught, and by unremitting practice brought to perfection. For the attainment of this boon, but not in the possession of it, were we born. And even in the best of men, before you refine them by instruction, there is but the stuff of virtue, not virtue itself. Farewell. End of letter 90. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.